um, and I'm like, okay, and I'm like, okay, and I'm like okay, and I'm boiling in sweat, and I'm angry because they're getting in my car, and I'm helping her mother get in the seat, and I'm like controlling myself, and I'm like boiling, almost the most angry I've been in a long time. I'm really angry. Like 5 hours have gone by, for $14. You do the math on that. That's what, $9 an hour or something, or no, not even. I'm sorry, it's not even. It's like $2.90. Sorry, I'm doing the math wrong in my head here. Yeah, I make $7 for. I'm sorry, it's $7 a ride for 2 rides. It took 5 hours total to wait for them to get in the car on the second ride. It was like 5 hours passed between the point when they got in the car on the first ride and when they got in the car after the second visit. And I'm like, I don't say anything. I don't say a word because I know that I can lose my job. I know that if I leave a negative impression on them, I will not have a job in the morning. I know that they're using me. I know that and they aren't the only ones. Other people do this to taxi drivers too. I know that they're using me, and they used me for $14 and 5 hours of my time. And I'm thinking these are women, and they're doing this to me because they're women, and they don't care about my feelings, and they can just walk all over me. And I'm not going to say shit because they're women, and they're disabled, and one of them is disabled, and the other one is goddamn smoking hot, right? And young like me, not young, but she's like younger. She's like boomer. She's like younger, like hot young boomer. Like she's my age. She's like 40 something. Um, cougar, you know. And well, she's cougar now, but I mean, when I met her, she was like 34, like I was. She was like 34. She was younger when I met her. She was like 34. She's like 40 now. This was like 6 years ago, something like that. So we were younger then. We were like 33, 34 when we met. And I really wanted to fuck this girl. I will not fucking lie. I was like, this has got to be the coolest girl in Denver. I don't know why, but I just know when she got in the car as a taxi driver that she has more social clout than even the rich people in Denver somehow. I immediately read this off her in her bearing and the way she talks and the way she's not afraid and the way that I can tell that if I fuck with her in any way, a bunch of men are going to come kill her or are going to come kill me or something like that, which was true. Which was very true. Had I fucked with her in any way, a bunch of men would have come and killed me. I didn't know that, but I had a sense of it, right? So she gets in the car after making me wait for 5 hours for $14. And I don't say a word. I say, hi, guys, and I let them in, and I'm exercising the skycat control. And I'm very angry. You've seen me explode in anger before on this stream thousands of times. I'm a very angry person, and it's extremely difficult for me to hold that back, right? I really am. But I know that I need this taxi job. And I know that I'm living on my friend's couch, and I know that if I get fired tomorrow for pissing off a medical ride, that I'm not going to be in Denver much longer, kind of thing, right? I'm not going to be like living in a place where I can sleep on a couch or anything like that longer. I will not have a car or a job or a place to sleep tomorrow if I fuck with these people in any way or form. And I can tell that they're testing me because of this, right? They're testing me. They're testing me. She's testing me. I could tell she immediately when she got in the car the second time. I've been boiling in the car for 2.5 hours. You could smell the hormonal rage in the car. They could smell it when they got in the car. They were like, "This is the angriest person that we've ever met, and he's the most angry he's ever been, and he's not saying a word. He's totally cordial and totally flat-lipped." It's like, "Hi guys." That's all I said. I was like, "Hi guys," and I just got out and I help her mother get in the car and I put the seatbelt on her and I'm like, okay, and I go and I open the door for A and I'm like, or I open the door for A and I get her in and I'm like, God damn it, this girl's so hot. I am not saying shit. She is goddamn the hottest girl I've almost ever met. She was one of the top 5 I've ever met. And I'm like, I'm not dissing this girl. I'm not dissing her elderly mother. I'm not yelling. I'm not lecturing them. I'm not saying a word. I see nothing. I do nothing. I'm never doing this ride again. I'm not doing vouchers ever again, which was true, by the way. I never did another medical voucher after this ride. I just never did. I'm sorry. I've done a lot of medical vouchers after that ride, but not with the Yellow Cab Company. Only with the Yellow Cab Company out here on the West Coast, not in Denver. I never took another medical voucher after that ride. I didn't have to, right? I didn't have to. And here's where the story goes. So she gets in the car. I help her get in the car, and they respect this. They respect that I'm boiling anger And it's been 2.5 hours, and both of them respect this. Her mother likes me, and I'm like, wait, am I meeting my wife or something? It's kind of weird. I'm like, her mother likes me, and I can tell this, and she can tell that with my control, I've won over her mother, but A herself has not decided whether or not she's gonna fuck with me or not, right? And they're just quiet, and they're doing the hot girl thing, and they're kind of tittering in the back and talking to each other as I take them home, and I'm boiling fucking angry. And I get them home over there. I'll never forget where the place was. It was down at 285 and Floyd or something like that. And I'm like, wait, I've been here before. I was like, wait, I asked them as we arrive, I'm like, wait, have I been here before? I just asked him offhanded without thinking first. I'm like, wait, have I been here before? And they're like, yeah, you've been here before. And I'm like, I have? And they're like, yeah, you've been here before. We met you before. And I'm like, I have. And they're like, yeah, you picked us up at like Cremaria, I think it was like Cremaria and King Supers about 9 months ago. And you were extremely polite to my mother, and you waited for us at the King Supers while we bought a pack of cigarettes and dealt with lottery tickets. We had to wait in a line for 35 minutes that we didn't want to wait in. But we remembered that you were very nice, right? And stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, cool. And they're like, yeah, we met you about 10 months ago. We remember you. And then they say my name. They're like, we remember you, blah blah. And I'm like, oh, you know my name. And this is weird because I don't give my name out to I don't give my name out to clientele, you know. I don't give my name out to clientele because they, you know, it's just not very safe, you know. And they're like, oh, well, yeah, so we called your manager after you dropped us off that day because you waited for 45 minutes and you didn't lecture us and you were extremely nice about it, and we felt that you were the best taxi driver we had ever got from Yellow Cab ever. And so we called in and told them that we don't ever want anybody else doing our medical rides ever again, and you know, and if they'll make sure that driver shows up, they'll pay the driver an extra 30% in tips. Right? And when the dispatcher hears this, they acknowledge it and they write a note in the dispatch file because it happens all the time. The dispatcher looks out for the taxi drivers, or we won't work with the dispatcher, right? We have like a cohesive like thing with the dispatcher. So the dispatcher has to, like, you know, has to take that person's note in the file for that ride, and when the person calls back in, there's a note in the file. And this is how we track people who burn us, people that can't pay, people who are bad medical rides, people who are this and that, right? And so we track people by leaving notes on the file, and the dispatcher leaves the note on the file. And if there's a problem with that ride, we're required as taxi drivers to call into dispatch and tell them that this guy fucked us around or this lady fucked us around and we don't want to do business with them ever again. And in return, for us looking out for the taxi dispatch, and they take 20% of everything that we do. So for us looking out for the taxi dispatch and telling them what rides are bad, there's an unspoken contract with the dispatcher that if a customer likes you and calls into the dispatcher will put a note in the file and reroute, and they've got a system for this too, and reroute all future rides to only that driver. If that driver and the person get along well and like each other, the customer will tip more and will take more rides, which helps the taxi company and it helps the driver too. And these kind of relationships are how taxi companies actually stay alive, because believe it or not, driving taxis costs more than it makes. Believe it or not, it's way more expensive to keep taxis running and all this than it does the actual money that they make from running the meter, right? But where they make their money is every single time you get in a taxi. That's somebody stealing my horse. I'm sorry, guys. I don't even want to go up and acknowledge it. I'm just gonna turn off the sound now. Sorry. So so I don't want to, you know, so I got my mind blown. So oh, are we done here? Yeah, we done here. Ucho up. Okay, Ucho up. I don't want to go to Ucho. I want to return to Drone Bay, and I want to location up. I made 20 mil off this, but I was so distracted trying to provide content that honestly it's just 20 mil that I wouldn't have had if I didn't do it. So it wasn't much money, but I definitely am happy that I did it, you know? But it was kind of a waste.
Warp drive active.
Fleet. No, wait. Fleet. Yeah, fleet. Fleet. Leave fleet. Fleet. Leave fleet. Fleet. Leave fleet. Confirm. Then, leave fleet. Then confirm. Yeah. So, and so, okay. So I'm like, oh, so I had given them a ride 9 months before, and they remembered me, and they had contacted my dispatcher and asked them to reroute me to all of their medical rides, and the dispatcher does so. They actually make that possible because they know that every time that the meter runs, it's $3 no matter what, and what they're after is that person calling for yellow cab 2 or 3 times a day and taking like a $7 to $15 ride 2 or 3 times a day. That's what the taxi company's after. They don't make any money selling rides. They make money from running the meter $2.50 every single time someone gets in the car. That's how taxi companies actually stay alive. That $2.50 when you get in the car, there's already $2.50 on the meter, right? That is why taxi companies exist, actually, is that solid $2.50 that they always get every single ride. And what they want is the shortest possible ride, and they want that $2.50 every time they contact someone, right? And they want the ride to be short. The dispatcher and the taxi company wants that ride to be short. They want it to be maybe 4 blocks down the road to a McDonald's and back, right? And they want the ride to take 8 minutes, and they want it to run about $7.50. The customer's happy because the ride's cheap. The taxi driver's happy because they turned a $10 ride in 7 minutes or whatever, probably a $7 ride and a $3 tip or something, or whatever, $2 tip, $2 tip or something. Everybody's happy. The taxi company's happy because they can dispatch you somewhere else immediately, and they can keep rides going, and they're making their 20% by just dispatching, right? And the taxi driver's happy because they turn and burned in 10 minutes and made $10 in 10 minutes, or so it's less than that. It's like $5 in 10 minutes, and taxi is about repeat business. It's not about the $85 ride to the airport. It's about the 3 $7 rides to the 7-Eleven every day, right? It's not the big rides. It's the small steady business that's rolling in all the time that this dispatcher can throw at you. And we want to turn and burn as fast as possible, which is why taxi drivers are universally hated, because we want you out of the car as soon as possible, because the dispatcher and the taxi company are cracking that whip trying to tell you to get that person the fuck out of the car and get going, right? We got other rides we got to deal with, and that rush is something that the customers hate, because it's a dangerous thing, driving cars, right? That you can get in a car crash and die in a car. So the customers are like, why are you rushing so much? We're in a car. We could get in a car crash. The customers don't like it, right? I don't blame them either. But so we're rushy. We rush when we rush a lot when we're taxi drivers. That's why we're curt and dismissive, and sometimes we talk a lot, but sometimes we're like in a rush and we're just trying to get you out of the car, kind of thing, because we're a business and we're trying to turn and burn, So I come to find out from her as we're pulling up to A's house. This is my kingpin connection, A. I pull up to A's house, and and she is smiling now, and I come to understand later that she's come to some realization in her head that she wants to fuck with me, which is something that she doesn't do with almost anybody. And she's smiling this Cheshire cat grin in the back seat, and I'm thinking, should I hit on this girl? I'm thinking about this. I'm like, I'm fat. I'm 300 pounds. I'm a methamphetamine addict, and I'm a taxi driver. Should I hit on this 135 pounds, smoking hot, 33-year-old, sexy, attractive, successful woman while her mother's here? And no, the answer is no. So but she's smiling this Cheshire cat grin at me in the back seat and I'm boiling anger, But then but she throws me for a loop when she says my name and she tells me that she's met me before, and the anger immediately dissipates when mystery happens, right? I'm like, what the fuck? And I'll never forget this meeting. It was kind of insane. So and I'm like, what? Wait, how do you know my name? And she's like, well, about 9 months ago, you took us to the King Supers on Cremeria, and you waited 45 minutes for a pack of cigarettes or whatever it was that we did in there, and you stuck out. So we asked your dispatcher to only send you because we've had bad experiences with all the other medical drivers, and we need you as a medical driver, and we need your patience. And I was like, oh, okay. And I look at her, and I'm not angry anymore, but I'm flabbergasted and kind of disappointed and unhappy. And she understands this, and I'm like, I can't do this for you. And I'm sorry. I tell her, I'm like, you guys just wasted 5 hours of my time for $7. And she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to tip you." And she hands me $100. She hands me $100. She hands me $100 bill, which is a lot more than, you know, whatever. I mean, it was $20 an hour. It's about what it would have been, except all I had to do was sit outside of a house and listen to the radio and smoke cigarettes and shit, right? Instead of dealing with all the traffic or anything, I wait outside 2 places for 5 hours, and she hands me $100, and I do the math in my head the second she's handing me the $100. I'm like, oh, okay, so I made $107 for 5 hours, and she knows that I'm counting this up, but I'm in my head, I'm like, oh man, I made $22 an hour for 5 hours. That's good money. I'm like, oh man, I made, you know, that's pretty good. That's $22 an hour for just 2 rides is actually pretty good. I'm like, oh, and immediately my anger is gone. It's just gone, and she knows it. And she knows it. She hands me $100 bill like it's nothing, and I'm like, okay. And she's like, okay, thank you so much. Will you take my mother inside? And I'm like, yeah. And she waits in the cab, and I'm like, okay, would you like me to get your door? And she's like, no, I'll wait. And I'm like, okay. And so I'm like, oh my God, is she gonna hit on me or something? And I'm like, and so I open the door. I'm like, wait, did I land like one of the hottest girls in Denver or something? And I'm tripping out now. I'm like, what the fuck? This weird girl likes me suddenly. And I'm like, okay. And so I open the door, and I'm getting out of the car when she hands me the $100 bill, and I'm like, oh, thank you. And then the anger melts, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, she did pay me, okay, and she tips me $100, and I'm like, thank you, and the anger is gone, and the smell and the hormone and the anger is gone, and they're tittering me and laughing at me the whole way back as I boil in anger. They played this trick on me. It was hilarious. She hands me this $100 bill, and I'm like, ding, I'm like, ooh, thank you, and I'm like smiling, and I'm like, let me get the door for your mother, ma'am. And all this shit. I'm like thinking I want to kill these bitches, you know, and like at first I'm like, I want to kill these bitches. They stole 5 hours from me at $3.50 an hour. I mean, it's at that point I might as well be your fucking slave. Shall I carry you home? You know, is what I'm thinking. I'm like, fuck these bitches. You know, I don't use that word often, but I mean, I'm thinking that they burn me for a $3.50 hour, and I'm thinking, fuck these bitches. I'm never dealing with them again, right? Then she hands me the $100 bill, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I get this smile, and I'm like, okay, let me get your mother's door. I'm so sorry. And so I get out of the car, and I'm like, I'm popping the door, and I take her mother's arm, and she's like, I remember you. You're a nice man, and I like you, and I think you're a good match for my daughter, and I think you guys should hang out, and and she's gonna ask you to come hang out with her, and I think you should say yes. And I was like, okay. And she was like, you know, I used to date the lead singer of the Monkees. And I was like, the lead singer of the Monkees, and she drops the name. I forget the name of it. She's like, I used to date the lead singer of the Monkees. I used to be a groupie in the 60s and the 70s. And she's like, I've taught my daughter well. And I'm like, yes, you have. And I was like, oh, you know, I was the lead singer for 8 years. And she's like, I am not surprised. We like you. And I was like, okay. And she's like, I used to date, who's the lead singer of the Monkees, right? Which was a jokey novelty band in the 60s, but he was still super famous. Lead singer of the Monkees, right? Mickey Dolenz was his name. I don't know about him, but he was the lead singer. But yeah, she dated Mickey Dolenz. That was his name, yeah. But I don't know him well. I don't know the band. They were kind of a novelty band. And I was like, oh, wow, so you dated a famous person, huh? And she was like, yeah, we were together for 7 years, and it's my big claim to fame is I dated the lead singer of the Monkees, and I tell everybody inside of the first 5 minutes that I dated the lead singer of the Monkees. And I was like, oh, you know, I used to work with a lady who dated Axl Rose for 4 years, and she was like, Cheryl the Salad Bitch? And I was like, Cheryl the Salad Bitch! And she knew Cheryl the Salad Bitch somehow. And she was like, yeah, I know her. She's a friend of mine. We met through the fucking Denver fan meetup or something like that. She was like, Cheryl the Salad Bitch? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, you know Cheryl the Salad Bitch? And I was like, yes, I do. I know all the cool people in Denver. I'm the coolest taxi driver in Denver. And she's like, you know, My daughter is the coolest, most successful drug dealer in Denver. And I'm like, oh, okay. And she was like, you should go talk to her. And she was like, have a nice day. And I was like, okay. And so I go sit back in the cab, and I go back to the door and open the door, and I'm like, hey, would you like to, I'll walk you, I'm sorry, have a nice day. And I open the door, and she's like, no, get back in the cab. And I'm like, okay. So I get back in the cab, and she's like, look, did my mother talk to you? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, did she say anything? And I was like, yeah, she mentioned that she dated the lead singer of the Monkees, which is funny because I know a lady who actually dated Axl Rose for 4 years. And she's like, Cheryl the salad bitch. And I'm like, yep. And it's funny. Cheryl was a very important person in my life for no reason. She was just some lady that I worked with, but she was extremely big in my Bokanon circle for some reason. I only ever saw her a couple of times in my life, but she had this lasting effect upon me. I think groupies have lasting effects on people. Did you guys ever watch The Almost Famous? Right? Groupies have lasting effects upon people, and her mother had a lasting effect upon me, and so did her daughter, and all this. It was kind of funny. And they could tell I had that lead singer energy, and I wasn't scared of the drugs, and I wasn't judgmental, and I respected women, and I wasn't saying shit, and I wasn't gonna give up and leave them there or abandon them there, even if it was only for $3.50 an hour. They were testing me. They were like really testing me, and they were like on purpose waiting for 5 hours to see if I would just abandon them there. And admittedly, because I would have lost my job and lost my home and lost my livelihood, I wasn't going to do that anyways. But I mean, like, I never would have let them there anyways. I've never left anybody there. And that's what they were really looking for. They tried it. They tried their little 5-hour hoodwink. And I was like, Jesus Christ, you took half a shift from me for $7. I was so angry. But what it really was an introduction to the underground scene of Denver. That's actually what it was. And they were like, so I get in the car, and she's like, yeah, what did my mother tell you? And I was like, okay, blah, blah, blah. Monkees lead singer. I was like, Monkees lead singer. I was a lead singer for 8 years, and and she mentioned that you're very successful, is what I said. And she's like, oh, she mentioned my success, did she? And I was like, yeah. She mentioned that you're extremely successful and that I should talk to you. And she's like, yeah, you should. So I need a driver, and I need somebody who won't fucking leave me where I am. I need somebody who will probably kick in the door if I haven't come back. And I need somebody who will back me and who will never, ever, ever talk about what I'm doing or anything like that. And she's like, I'm looking for like a bodyguard, like driver type. And we think you're it. And I was like, okay. And she was like, so do you get high? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, you want to get high right now? And I was like, yeah. And so she loads a bowl with this blue biker dope, the best shit she had in her bag. And I realized that she opens her bag, she's doing this on purpose, and she starts pulling out packages of stuff in boxes and containers and stuff. And there's like pills and dope and there's heroin and weed. It's just like she starts pulling out this king's ransom and drugs, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm just like, I'm like sitting in the driver's seat, and I'm like turned around. I'm having this pleasant social conversation with this girl, and she's like sorting through her fucking purse, pulling out a king's ransom. It was like $30,000 in dope or something like that. It was insane. It was all packaged in different containers and all this shit. She's like leafing through everything, and she's like looking through, and she gets to this like little like pill container with 7 little day container things, and in it is some blue dope in the Thursday container or whatever. And I'm seeing her pop the Thursday container and pour some blue dope. She's like filling a spoon or a bubble, and she's like, okay, and she hands it to me, and I'm like, this is blue biker dope? And she's like, no, it's just dope that's blue. And she's like, but it's the best dope in Denver. And she's like, now if you smoke that, you're gonna be high for like 3 days. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, and she's like, oh man, yeah, you killed half the bowl. And I'm like, yeah, I don't get blue biker dope every day. I killed half the bowl in a single hit. And she's like, I like you. And I'm like, I like you. And she's like, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I get my wig split by the best dope I've ever smoked in my life. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, immediately inside of like 90 seconds, I'm like, this is the best dope I've ever smoked in my life. And she's like, yep. And I'm like, oh man, can I like buy this from you? And she's like, no, You can have it. And she just gives me a fucking gram of this blue dope. And she's like, you know, she just throws it. She doesn't even weigh it. She just like throws a fucking, you know, it wasn't powder. It was crystal. Nice chunks and stuff. She's like, just hands me this blue dope. And I'm like, okay, thank you. She's like, here's the rest of your tip. And I'm like, okay, thank you. And she's like, you know, how much would you pay for that? And I was like, $50. And she's like, this cost me $3.25. And I was like, really? She's like, yeah, that what I just gave you cost me $3. It's like giving you a pack of cigarettes or something. And I was like, really? She's like, yeah, it cost me $3. Yeah, I buy bulk. And she's I was like, okay, well, thank you. I mean, I would have paid you. Would you like half this 100 for this sack? And she was like, no, I'm going to give you another 100. And she gave me another 100. And I was like, okay. And she was like, I won something from you. Can you figure out what it is? And I'm like, you need a driver, huh? And she's like, yeah, and it might get bad. You might have to fight dudes. You know, you might have to like kick a door in once or twice, and I promise you I'll never get you harmed or hurt. I don't hang out with people that do violence, right? But she's like, but you might have to come save me from some angry person or some druggie that's acting irrationally or something like that if I call you. And she's like, it's never happened, but what I'm looking for is just insurance in case it ever does. And I look in her eyes and she's right. This has never happened to her. She's never actually been harmed on the job. I believe it. I believe her about it. She's too hot and successful. And she's like, I've never been harmed on the job, but I want you there looking out for me. And I was like, okay, sure. And she's like, okay, well, you know, do you know any dealers? And I was like, yeah, I live in a flop house with a dude who is a major hook. And she's like, what's his name? And I'm like, I'm not telling you. And she's like, that's the right answer, right? She's like, hey, if you had told me his name, I would have just got out of the car and said, had a nice day. But she was like, you gave me the right answer. You don't ever tell anybody where I go, what I do, what business I do, who I see, who I fuck. These are like the things she's saying to me. And this is how I built my business too. It's kind of funny. And she's like, you don't ever, if somebody calls you and asks me where I went, you don't answer. You don't, if somebody calls back that you're not expecting a call from, you don't answer it. You don't take anybody from anything. You don't talk to anybody. You don't tell anybody anything about me. You don't tell them my name. You say her. She was like, if you're talking about her, say her. Don't ever say my name or anything. And she's like, okay, my name's blah blah. And she tells me her name. And she's like, that's my actual name. Everybody knows me. I've been doing this for 10 years. You know, everybody knows me. I've used my real name my whole career, and I've been in tons of trouble, but I've never been in jail. I was like, cool. That's also my story, you know. And she was like, okay, well, I don't need your dealers. She was like, she's like, I don't need any hooks from you. But she's like, do you need a hook? And I was like, well, yeah, I don't really need a meth hook. But I mean, I really would like, I've always wanted somebody who could get me anything I ever wanted, whenever I wanted. And she was like, yeah, that's me. That's my job. I was like, okay. Well, so yeah, we can fucks with each other. If you can hook me whatever I want, whenever I want, and you pay me for my time as a taxi driver, I will look out for you. And this led to a $100,000 lucrative friendship that lasted 4 years. Both of us stayed out of jail the entire time until the last day for me. I never did have to fight anybody for her. She fought my girlfriend. Not like fought her, but she like helped me get through my bad relationship that I was in. She helped me understand it. She helped me. One day we're driving, right? And she picks up my phone and I'm like, don't touch my phone. And she's like, yeah, unlock this phone right now. And I'm like, okay. And I unlocked the phone and I handed it to her. And she's like, okay, can I look at your call log? And I'm like, why? And she's like, volume. And I'm like, volume? Okay, sure. Like, I'm thinking she's talking about sound. But no, she's talking about the sheer amount of phone calls and texts that the current girlfriend that I was with was sending me. And she starts leafing, you know? And she's like, this phone never ever stops texting. I can hear it all day. Your fucking Final Fantasy ringtone is going off like 3,000 fucking times a day. And it is driving me crazy because we would spend whole days with each other and stuff like that, right? She was my business partner. And she was like, your fucking Final Fantasy ringtone is driving me crazy. And I'm like, yeah, but every time the ringtone hits, I make $100. I really like the idea of leveling up $100 every time somebody texts my cell phone. So I have the Final Fantasy ringtone. She's like, I love the ringtone. It's the fact that the phone won't stop shutting the fuck up. Like, it just rings all day. It's just text, 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 text. And she's like, I have the magic phone and your phone is annoying me. My phone never stops ringing and never stops texting. She's like, it's in vibrate right now. You know that it vibrates 50 seconds of every 60 seconds. And I'm like, I know I do. I can see the phone vibrating right now as all these drug people call you. I can see it. And she's like, yeah. Like, so but the difference is, like you got to mute that phone. Your fucking text message sound is driving me crazy. And I was like, I can't. It's all it's all my taxi business. I need to know. It's all my drug deal business, all my taxi business. I need to know every time this text ring goes off, I might be losing $100. I can't turn off the text ring. I can't feel it vibrate. And she was like, okay. And she was like, give me the phone. And she just picks it up and she's like, unlock the phone. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, let me look at your call log and your text list. And I'm like, okay. And she does. And she's like, she has texted you 790 times today. And she starts leafing through. And she's like, I don't know what the actual number is. But she's like, she has called you 3,000 times in the last 4 weeks. She has texted you 700 times just today. This is a girl telling me this. And she was like, I don't think this is the right girl for you. And I'm like, okay. And sure enough, at that point, it was over. It was like over at that point. When another girl is telling you, I don't think this is the girl for you. You know, I was like, okay. Okay. And it did. I mean, I was in love with another girl, which is why it actually ended. But I mean, my business partner was very pointed about being like, I don't think this is the girl for you, because it wasn't. She was constantly texting and constantly phone calling all fucking day. And I realized that I was ignoring like 99% of it and only answering about 20 to 30 texts a day and maybe 3 to 5 phone calls a day, you know, maybe every couple of hours, and keeping it sane on my level. But on her level, she was text, call, text. What are you doing? You know, and I thought it was cool at first. I was like, wow, she really must be in love with me. She must really care what I'm doing, you know? Because she seems to really keep asking over and over and over again. But what it really was is she was just obsessive compulsive, and she texts and calls her partner like all day, every day for the entire relationship. She had like a thing about texting and calling and just leaving. And on top of this, her style rubbed off on me. And so now when I text people, I text them like 45 times, and I text them long things and all this shit. And her style rubbed off on me after dealing with her for like a year and a half and having to respond to all these massive texts on a sheer volume scale and all this stuff. Now I text the same way she does, and I'm like blah 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 blah, and it's so stupid. And I used to just text one word answers and stuff, but now I'm like this verbose texter because my ex-girlfriend turned me into this like overly texty, overly talky person on the cell phone. And there was this point where I just stopped answering the phone, stopped doing cell phone, stopped doing text and phone calls, because I had been with someone who had called and texted me so much that it was like literally being harassed. It was like harassment text and phone calls all day. It was just ring and ring and ring, and I couldn't mute my phone because I was a taxi driver. I needed to be able to hear the calls coming in or I would get fired, right? So, you know, and at that point, you know, and that's just like a funny memory of something that she did for me that actually was really helpful. She like helped me understand how really crazy it was that she was texting me like 3,000 times a week, you know? Like, you know how really weird that was. It was kind of weird. It was like sort of deal breaker behavior in the end, because it was so smothering. It was smothering behavior. Like it was too nice to say the word smother, but I mean it was like smothering behavior. It's exactly the word for it. It's the kind of thing mothers do to their sons and shit. It was smothering behavior. She was a girlfriend who was treating me like a son, who was like babying me and trying to nurture me, and I get home and everything's made up and there's a meal waiting and all this. She was a good date, you know. It was good to date her, but she was smothering me. It was 3,000 goddamn phone calls and 3,000 fucking texts every single fucking day, and I have something called telephobia. I don't like phone calls. I only do texts, and I don't like phone calls. I don't do them. Have you ever seen me make a voluntary phone call that I didn't have to make? No. I don't like phones. I don't like phone calls. I don't like not being able to see the person's face and all this other stuff, right? And so that's how I met my connection. It was just fucking crazy, and then it led to about $100,000 in fucking business. In the end, I was telling her, like, you know, I love you. I would date you. You know, at the end, I was like telling her that stuff, and she was like, "Shut up, I'm with someone," kind of shit. I'm like hitting on my business partner. I'm like in love with her. You know, I'm like, you know, if you were ever single, you know, and we could take over the world. And she's like, yeah, I know, you know. But the thing was, it's just like, she couldn't date me. I wasn't a kingpin, so I chased being a kingpin for a while, just like I chased the stripper for a while, just like I chased the dragon for a while, just like I chased the down home smothering girl for a while, just like I chased the Disney princess for a while, just like I chased just like I chased methamphetamine for a while. I chased grunge rock. I chased being a lead singer for a while. As long as it's fun, I'll do it. I don't care what it is, you know. Video games were like almost the only stable, consistent thing. All the rest of it changed a lot. And that's my little story about my friend from Denver. And, you know, last time I saw her, oh my God. So her father was the biggest kingpin in Denver before she was she took over her father's business when he went to jail, which is how she ended up being who she was. And this is her story. I suppose I should be quiet now, but the difference is you don't know who she is, and, you know, and none of the information is accurate. So it doesn't matter. I can talk like a journalist, right? Her identity has been protected, and, like, you know, and she had such an interesting life. She would start at 7 p.m. and she would meet like 4 kingpins in 4 different hotel rooms in 4 different sides of Denver, which is why she needed me. And she needed me to come in to the fucking hotel rooms and make sure that the kingpins hadn't been up for 6 days and weren't looking to be rapey or grabby or fuck you, I've ripped you offy or any of that, right? And so she was, because the kingpins made her nervous. Like, one of the things about them is they're on the product. Almost all of them are on the product. This is something inevitably true about them. Almost all of them are facing 6 to 20 year bids, but just haven't dealt with them yet. And almost all of them are, like, you know, living in hotel rooms, and they're dealing with hookers and strippers and prostitutes, and they're up for 6 days. And I thought it was amazing culture. I actually really loved it. We hung out in 5-star hotels with the hottest girls in Denver. We smoked the best goddamn biker dope in Denver. And we, like, you know, and I would like, and then when I left, I would make $100 ride taking a stripper somewhere, and that would sometimes lead places, you know? And so, like, you know, it was like a wonderful job. I fucking loved it. And they loved me because they knew that I wasn't greedy. I didn't care about money. I was never going to fuck anybody over. If I was going to roll on somebody, it was going to be rape or murder, one of those two things. I told all of them that I was engaged, and I was like, they were like, you know, they would talk sometimes about snitches and stuff like that. And they would, like, they get at me, like, trying to make sure I wasn't an informant and stuff. And I'm like, you know, I would never ever snitch on somebody unless it was murder or rape. That's how I used to say it. I'd be like, I would never ever snitch on somebody unless it was murder or rape. And I was very clear about it. I was clear about it with the kingpins. I was like, if it's murder or rape, I'll snitch on somebody, because I don't believe in murder and rape in our community. And they didn't either, you know? Well, one of them did, but all the rest of them didn't. And, so yeah. And it was, like, so that was the culture that I kind of came up in the last, like, 7 years. And sometimes I was on the street steering it. Sometimes I was sleeping in the cab. Sometimes I was with my ex that texted and called 3,000 times a day, living in her place downtown. Sometimes I was living in hotel rooms. I lived with a stripper for a year, and that was 2 years and 7 months, I think it was, or yeah, something like that. 3 years, 7 months, something like that. I lived in an extended stay motel for 2 years. It was like such an interesting life for about 10 years. But I needed this. All that time I was thinking, I need a quiet place where I can just play the video games and chase some career that won't end me up in jail or dead, and just, you know, be an intellectual and be the person that I actually am. I don't want to be this party person. I don't want to be on 16 different drugs all the time like Johnny Depp. I don't want to deal with pigs. I don't want to deal with the system. I don't want to be hanging out with crazy drug psycho girls and all this other stuff because that's my type. Crazy drug psycho girl, right? And by psycho, I mean psycho. Like I've never not dated a crazy drug psycho girl. Pretty much. Crazy and psycho sounds derogative, but to me that means attractive, right? Like a girl that does not abide to societal norms, who has a drug addiction but is totally successful despite that kind of thing. And strippers tend to be like that, or drug dealers tend to be like that, right? Crazy, psycho, wonderful drug girls are my type. They're like my only type. They're the only girls I've ever slept with. Even on the Craigslist, they were like that. And so and it's weird because all my life the girls next door respond to me like I'm gold on lying in the streets for some reason. I've had several women ask me to marry them, like, you know, and I don't know why at all. It sounds like I'm bragging, but I'm not. I'm actually not, and I'm not proud of these things. I'm not happy with these things. It's weird because I always have to tell them. They always use some fucking word. What is it? It's they always call me goober. They always call me goober. If they're the goober, they're the one that lived that 9 to 5 fucking life. They're not the one with 30 fucking charges and, you know, kingpin friends and metaphysical, you know, fucking like church leaders in my inner circle and, you know, and shit like this. Like trust me, like goober does not fit me. It never ever has. I have tried all of my fucking life to be a goober. It's just not, that is just not me. I really, you know what my greatest desire is? To be a fucking normal goober who just hangs in front of a fucking computer screen all day. Like, that's what I'm trying to do now. But even then, I'm not normal. Even then, I'm trying to just sit in front of a computer screen and enjoy my life like a normal goober, you know? Like a normal goober, like for the rest of my life. But nope, I've got like, you know, I've got attempts on my life, and I've got, you know, fucking like stalker assassins and, you know, and all this other stupid shit, 7 fucking doxers and a swatter and all this stupid ass shit. And it's like what the fuck, dude? Like all I wanted was to be a goober who like sat in front of a computer screen like everybody else and actually live up to the fucking word. But no, it's always crazy psycho people trying to kill me or get me thrown in jail. Fucking girls telling me that I'm the one when they've never even like broken the law before beyond getting high. Stuff like this. Yeah, you know, I was in for, you know, felony deferred adjudicated. When they hit me with the word goober, I say, you know, I caught my first deferred adjudicated felony when I was 17 for a high-speed police chase for possession of ecstasy. I would love to be a goober. I'd really love to be one. You know, that was my life's fucking dream. When you call me that, it pisses me off so fucking bad. And every little good girl next door girl who's never broken the law in their life falls in love with me for some fucking reason. And I'm like, okay, yeah, saw my first jail cell when I was 17, went from there, man tried to kill me with a circular saw. It's not like I wanted it, it just happened. You think goobers have stories like this? I wish. You know, that time that you know, whatever. That time we opened the marijuana grow. That time I almost opened a prostitution ring / drug ring between a Pacific Northwest town and a Midwest town, and almost got caught. That time I was in the madhouse. You know, does this sound like goober shit to you? You know, and it's weird because they step with that word. My bad ex that texted me with 3,000 texts and 1,500 fucking calls all day. And she wasn't the only one. I've met like 7 women like that who just never broke the law. They're in love with a bad boy. They think they can tame the outlaw or something like that, and they want to call you goober because deep down in their heart, that's what they believe you to be. As you go to jail, as you ask them to bail you out of jail, or you know, or like, hey, yeah, I'm smoking heroin in the bathroom. Sorry, goober things. Like literally, for the first time I ever had a fight with that girl who texted me 3,000 times a day. We broke up for 3 months because I was smoking heroin in the bathroom. That's totally a goober thing, right? Yeah, the goobers totally smoke heroin in the bathroom, try to hide it from you, right? Yeah, that's totally a goober thing. Yeah, as they like go off to their drug deal in their car with a firearm, and they're like, you know, their kingpin partner. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'm totally goober, good girl. Yeah.
Suddenly dropped, and only the misdemeanor charges stuck. But this isn't just speculation. The court documents prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that Austin is
okay, so I'm gonna get off the whole, you know, like, and I'm not bragging about these things. I'm not proud of these things. I'm saying they happened, and when I meet these people, they're like, "You're the hope for the human race," or "You're the hope for my husband," or "You're gonna save us," or something like this. "You're such a shining bastion of a good person," and all this. "The way you talk is so interesting," and all the things that you know, and all this. I'm like, yeah, this is just one of the 50 shades of my personality. I've got other things too. Like, for instance, I was like an actual skateboarder, snowboarder, like Tony Hawk. Did you guys know that? For like goddamn 8 years, I was out every fucking weekend at Copper or Vale or Mary Jane or fucking like or you know. And if it wasn't that, we were at the DSP on skateboards and shit. And it was like that for 8 years. I ride longboards. I know how to do those electrical longboards with the fucking, you know, the button and all that. Like I can ride those hoverboards and stuff. And I'm fat and I shouldn't do so now. But I mean, I would say I can do an ollie. I can primo. I can fucking, you know, I can grind and shit. I can ride the bowls, no problem, and all this. Probably still now I can probably still do that. I feel I'm fat, so I shouldn't do it. I'll probably break the board. But if I got the weight down, I can fucking skate like Tony Hawk, and not like him, but I can skateboard well. I can't do like flipboard aerial shit and 960 toe flips and shit like this. I'm not like that, but I can do the bowls at the skate park like all the other guys. You know what I'm saying? It's just, goober was never my image, and it was something that I strived for all of my life, to be just some normal dude with some 9-to-5 life with 2.3 kids and a wife and a house in the burbs. You like that movie The Burbs, you know, with Tom Hanks and stuff? That is my fucking life stream. But since 13, they've been after me for possession of ecstasy and heroin and firearms and high-speed chases and fucking hookers and fucking, you know, like all this other shit, you know, and dated strippers and hookers and ran dope and shit like this, you know, ran dope to Casper, Wyoming a couple of times and damn near caught like 50-year charges and shit, you know, hiding from the pig choppers in the sky with their fucking radar and their fucking night vision goggles and shit like that, turning headlights off on a dope run and stuff like this. Does that sound like fucking goober to you? And I explain it to the girls and they're like, nope, you're my goober. As I'm like, you know, freshly off of the 7 years of probation for my 3 felony charges that I had to have dropped to petty misdemeanors. I'm not saying that crime doesn't make you a goober or whatever, but I mean, like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know. What's like the crazy, when I was 15 years old, I committed a break-in robbery on a retail outlet. Does that sound like goober to you? Oh, it offends me when these little girl next door types step to me and say that to me. I'm like, I fucking wish, and I'm sorry, now I need a psychiatrist chair because you called me the word goober. And it's weird because it's the thing that I want most. Trust me, every day I work all day to try and bring my life back down to something that resembles a normal suburb life in the burbs, right? But no. I'm smoking, I mean, I don't even know how much grams are in these things. I'm smoking like 18 grams of hash every month. Yeah, that's total goober things. Hashtag goober things, you know? I don't know. I wish I was a goober.
This means that whenever he calls himself one, it's most likely.
And I get really pissed off when they do it. It's a deal breaker. I warn them right afterwards. I'm like, don't you ever fucking call me that again. You understand? It's the one word in the fucking English language that I really wish I was, you know? Just that normal dude. You know, what's the urban dictionary for goober, right? What is a goober? It's a lovable, silly, lighthearted person. Oh yeah, the suicide attempt, the you know the 10 years of jail held over my head, the 2 years in the madhouse, and the primal screaming all the time, and the screaming "fuck you" at the scream sniper all the fucking time, and all this. I'm such a lovable, silly, lighthearted person. Yeah, that is 1/4 of my personality, and I've got more of it than other people do. But it's just one of the 50 shades of gray that is Skycat. You know what I'm saying? Just one of the many things that is in this head. I wish that this was all. I've spent all of my life just trying to be this. Right? And it comes bleeding through to the point where they try and accuse me of it. But when it really comes down to it, I'm the guy with the gun in your face. I hate to say it. I mean, I'm not the guy with the gun in your face, but I'm the guy who will put a gun in your face if you fuck with me or any of the shit. I'm sorry. It's just not like that. Like, you know, I'm the high-speed chase dude. I'm the firearms guy. I'm the drug addict. Smoke the black tar, smoke the methamphetamine, stay up 6 days, and, you know, talk about how much I hate the CFR. You know, these aren't goober things. I really wish I was a fucking goober. It's like this crazy fuck up mind tease that they get at when they call me it, because I'm like, oh my god, I fucking wish. I fucking wish.
To avoid people from figuring out that he snitched. After the reality check that was his brief stint in jail and probation.
Yeah, lovable, silly, lighthearted persons totally turn in rapists, kingpins to get out of $20 drug charges. Yeah, that's that's totally a lovable, silly, lighthearted thing to do, right? Yeah.
Moved away from the street life and instead developed an interest in
and now I know, and trust me, it's like this one, like recently another one called me that. Like 7 girls or something have called me goober because they think that my personality around them is like goober, I guess, because it is. But I mean, like, the minute that there's business or something like that or anything at all, I'm just like, all right, let's go. What's up? Yep. You know, I'm actually a very serious person. I don't fuck around.
RuneScape. For context,
I am not lighthearted. Several times this week, I have called for the death of my own goddamn government, and I fucking meant it. I called for the decriminalization of drugs, and I fucking mean it. I said that I will not vote for Democrats and Republicans if they continue to support the drug war that murdered all my friends. And and all this stuff. Does that sound like lovable, silly, lighthearted to you? I fucking wish that I was like, Bernie Sanders, and I could just be like, and just like kind of laugh at it and be kind of lighthearted and be like very serious about the business of running a country, but sort of just kind of like lovable, silly, sort of lighthearted thing. Or I don't know, is Bernie Sanders lighthearted? Not really. Lighthearted would be Trevor Noah, right? I am not Trevor Noah. I fucking wish.
SRS requires a monthly fee to play, but unlike other MMORPGs, it had its in-game gold become a kind of cryptocurrency, as players could pay for their memberships using it, causing a natural exchange rate to develop around it. One big win on a high-stakes wager in the duel arena, which players affectionately called the Sand Casino, could fund a player's membership for years. Austin started streaming it in 2019 under the name Austin07, and immediately gained a reputation for being what is called a debt streamer. He lost millions worth of in-game gold and proceeded to beg his audience for more, only to lose it all again. Eventually, Austin accrued a total debt of 30 billion gold, which turned out to be worth well over $6,000.
Why do they just to me every fucking day, bro? How much was they got a fucking damn it 30 fucking bill? 30 bill debt!
You gotta stay off that Xanax at the age of 16, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Stay off that Xanax, man. That shit's fried your brain way too fucking early. And this is somebody who has taken like 14 gel tabs all at once. You done fried that brain. That Xanax done fried your brain. I'm dead serious. I have taken 14 gel tabs at one time. And I have my brain is only essentially like memory impaired. That's it. Like, drugs have damaged my memory. The rest of it is all there perfectly, just as good as it was when I was like 14 or something like that. I can even talk just as fast as I did when I was 14. No problem. So, stay off that Xanax, buddy. Stay off that fucking Xanax. It was not that drug is not for you. It's turned you into like a worse version of like you're like the scrubby hood version of Lil Wayne or something. Too much codeine, cough syrup, and Xanax something.
30, not...
Fucking Zanny idiots. You really, I mean, really, you really want to be a Valium addict or whatever the fuck Zanny, I mean, Zanny's, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm sure Xanax is really good, like 1 or 2 times. But beyond that, I think every other drug on the planet is probably more fun to be an addict to, you know? Fucking idiot drug.
10, not 5, 30 fucking bill debt.
Austin07 became infamous on Reddit, where users were critical of his shameless demand for loans from his audience, with him eventually being exposed for trying to sell in-game gold he'd been lent for real-life money, allegedly to get drugs, which makes sense given it netted him a measly $50. While pretty meaningless in-game, it can probably temporarily satisfy his craving for the za. Austin claims he wanted to pay back all the loans, but the only thing he ever did with the money he kept getting loaned to him was gambling it all away again. Not only did he blatantly not care for the fact that he was in actual debt and still gambling, but he also coped by blaming the developers of the game for his losses, claiming it was the game's fault for not letting him win.
Damn, my arm.
So, when I last played Rust here, somebody was on this horse and they took it away and now it's back. I don't know and I don't want to comment. I don't care. It doesn't make sense.
Much like his Xanax addiction, when he has a compulsion motivating him...
Like, I dislike the chaos and confusion of dealing with people who don't leave, like some kind of note or something. Because it's like you're dealing with somebody who never is in the same place as you. It's really weird. I dislike that. It's just more of the sociopath, psychopath fucking psychopathy or whatever. Real good people leave a note or come talk to you or like put something in the chat or something, right? Which, I mean, admittedly is hard to do with me. Maybe they did try to talk to me. I don't know. I have the voice chat off. I suppose I've got such settings that I shouldn't be critical of people that I don't know what their aim or goal is, because I can't hear them anyways, you know? So Face Punch gave me the tools to be largely free of harassment beyond any harassment that you would normally face in Rust. I've been trying to scope this green base at the top of the hill all day, but I haven't been able to get up the hill. Oh, so I guess I could have stole this person's horse. So I suppose this is actually my aggression. I will return the horse back to whoever this is, because I don't want any shit with this person, you know? It might even be a friend. I don't know. I mean, this is why I dislike, you know, this sort of stuff. So I'm just gonna go leave the horse where it was, and I stole their horseshoes. It's too late to return that, but no, it's not. I'll return the horse with the horseshoe right back where it was, and I'll feed the horse. How's that? And that way, whoever this person is, I didn't slight them or whatever. You know, I didn't. The only reason I stole the horse is because I was able to get back to the base faster. Now, why? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so I need scrap to research the horseshoe. I guess I got the horseshoe, did I? Yes, I did. So then I'm going to make a horseshoe and leave the horse right back the fuck where it was. Pack in, pack out, last in, last out. Return exactly what you used. Because the only reason I used that horse was to get back to my base quickly. I did not intend to steal it. If whoever it is watching my stream, I am sorry if I stepped on your toes there. It was not my intention. I just used something without thinking about it. There we go. So I'm gonna go put the horse up. Right the fuck back where it was. Do I have any other food? No. Ooh. I'm out of wood, am I? I am out of wood. Oh, damn it. Nope. Alright. I don't know. Actually, wood might be good. Actually, I want to leave the wood out. I want that to crumble. I don't want to pay the upkeep on that ladder right there at all. So. I'll enter here, and I'll put the vendor here, and I want that to crumble. I don't want that there. Gotta go chop. I didn't get a fucking axe. Son of a bitch.
He loses touch with reality, which even landed him in an actual psych ward once.
I've been in the psych ward before too, bro. This one time, I got back into RuneScape after not playing for a while. I was so high on RuneScape, I stayed up for over 3 days straight, and I was not doing any drugs. I was...
Yep. Yeah, that's me too. That's, yeah. Oh, yeah. This guy has a very similar story to mine. I don't really see any difference between him and me. Cancel me like you're about to cancel him. He's got the exact same background I do.
Completely sober. No weed,
well,
nothing.
Maybe not. If he's a pederast or a sexual molester or a sexual harasser, I don't share those things with him. But anything else, I've probably done everything that he's done, which is annoying. I've never done Xanax. Or I've done Xanax once, but I mean, I've only ever done Xanax like once. I think it was a prescription. But you can hear it in his voice. Anybody who's ever been a Xanax addict, you can hear it in their fucking voice. It's just like my junky gravel voice, you know?
I started hallucinating, bro. I started writing weird, like crazy shit on my Facebook, bro. Like I'm gonna save the world, and I thought I was Jesus Christ, dude.
Ever since information about Austin's drug use became public, people became increasingly skeptical that he was ever truly sober for any significant period of time. But even if this is the case, it doesn't seem like Austin himself understands how bad the situation is, or at least not well enough to do anything to stop it. You would think that this degree of awareness about his tendency toward addiction would result in some kind of self-reflection on Austin's part, especially since, with or without the gambling, Austin was an entertaining entertaining personality that realistically could scrape together a decent audience from doing regular streaming if he really wanted to. But everyone, from his genuine viewers to his trolls, and even himself, knew what time it was. And no matter how remorseful he occasionally seemed about his habit or his debt, he was going right back to it as soon as he could. His career as a lolcow officially began with many people religiously watching him just so they could clip his insane moments, of which there are an infinite amount of compilations on YouTube. In one instance of people messing with him, a troll convinced Austin that they were an organization interested in sponsoring him, which he probably saw as an infinite source of gambling fuel. But soon after he began announcing it to his audience, this supposed sponsor renamed all of the channels in his server to Austin Loves Crack and then deleted the Discord completely. You would think that after all this hassle, he was going to hang up his gloves and call it a day. Unfortunately, it was just too late for him, as the seeds of addiction had already been sown, and Austin's undoing was simply a matter of time.
Come on, 5 or 6, 4, 5, 6, please. Please, lady. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, I lost it all. It's all gone. It's all gone. I just lost everything.
People love gambling, and after it was banned on Twitch, it had to go somewhere. Lucky for them, Kick had been founded by Ed Craven and a streamer by the name of Trainwrecks, on whom I've already made a video, and Kick was much friendlier to gambling content. When Twitch dropped the ban hammer, all the gamblers found their new home there, and one of these people would be not Austin07, but Bossman Jack. You see, whereas Austin07 had to beat around the bush and gamble through RuneScape, Bossman Jack did justice to his name and gambled like a boss would, blatantly, with no fear of potential losses and debt. According to a post on Kiwi Farms from a longtime viewer of his, before moving to Kick, Austin gambled on another site where he allegedly wagered a whopping total of $700,000. Once again, he gained infamy for his compulsive behavior pattern of begging for a donation, getting it, then immediately turning it into nothing, rinse and repeat. Actually, given how crusty and withered he looks in most of these streams, I don't know that there was a lot of rinsing going on. He began referring to donations as juicers, which, while hilarious, isn't as hilarious as the innumerable times he reacted to losing on a bet by gratuitously destroying parts of his computer or his bedroom. Again, he lives in his parents' house, so he's technically destroying their property. To viewers' astonishment, Bossman came back every day and consistently lost thousands upon thousands of dollars, gaining nothing but hate watchers in the process who came in droves to witness his live stream.
Look at this idiot lose.
It was pointed out that he was so deep in the cycle that he even repeated the exact same phrases.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I just lost it all. Oh my god, I really did. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I just lost every fucking penny.
Oh my god.
Dude, oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. Oh.
Austin does seem to have moments of clarity where he acknowledges that gambling is destroying his life and that he wishes he treated his parents better.
Dude, oh my god, it's just ruining my life, dude. I am bleeding. Oh my god, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. I gotta go, guys. I cannot believe I just did that to myself, dude. I cannot believe I just lost $300, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. I swear to god. Why
He's crying.
Would I advertise the site for fucking months on end and never, ever get the fucking payback? Fuck you. I'm fucking done. Fucking scammers.
Much like he did during the OSRS era, Austin often accused Stake of rigging their games against him, which is technically true, I guess. Any gambler worth his salt knows that all games are rigged in the house's favor, and if I were to guess, he's just acting like this is some kind of scandal to evade the responsibility for losing the money he gambles. If he actually cared that bets are rigged to favor the house being Stake, wouldn't he have stopped gambling a long time ago? Like Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is probably the true one. He is an addict coming up with rationalizations about the consequences of his addiction. It's not like he actually thinks he's gonna start consistently turning a profit any day now. He knows what he's doing. But to say that it got bad is an understatement. Austin was streaming 9 hours a day. During that period, he often started a new stream over 10 separate times after rage quitting, stopping only when he went completely bust and lost all of his money. Initially, it may seem confusing why people would watch someone destroy their financial life in front of an audience of over 1,000 people, but just like Bossman is addicted to gambling, his viewers are addicted to the emotional roller coaster his gambling addiction provides them with. At any moment, Austin could win a life-saving amount of money, and every stream starts out with the same glimmer of hope that inevitably gets destroyed beyond recognition by the end of it, along with Austin's drywall. In one extraordinary instance, he actually succeeded in getting out of debt on stream.
Oh my god, boys.
What?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't stop saying it. Oh my god. Yo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy.
Oh my god. 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 Yo. Oh my god. I'm debt free. I'm debt free. I'm fucking debt free. I'm fucking debt free. It's been months. It's been months.
As much as the
Until tomorrow, when you bet it all and lose it all, and then the day after, you're in debt again.
audience sadistically enjoys watching Austin dig himself into a financial black hole, they also partake in his joy when he wins. However, rarely that happens. Unfortunately for Austin, gambling only really goes one way, downwards. Unlike in a normal casino, where the process of making bets is much slower and you can have drinks and socialize, on stake, you
I gamble every day for about 5 cents, and a gamble or something like that, maybe 25 cents, something like that. And I have successfully gambled for a year and a half on EVE Online. I've spent maybe, I don't know, $30. Only Sith deal in absolutes. Now I gotta get back on EVE. Oh no, the server just went down, but we're gonna go ice mining here in like 5 minutes or something. I want to set a clock so I don't lose track. Like a 10-minute timer here. There we go. Yeah, I want to actually catch this ice mining.
through many games and play them much faster than you ever could in real life. Meaning you get to speedrun your own bankruptcy as a NEET, while an audience of over 1,000 people cheers for your demise. Based on stake rankings, as of late February, he's wagered over $8.5 million on stake alone, with a net loss of around $300,000. His insanely risky bets lose him money every single day, yet he just keeps coming back for more. There's no doubt that viewers are instrumental in the perpetuation of these habits, as they often give him money when he begs, just to see it all disappear all over again.
No, dude, I want everybody to give me money right now. Even if you're gonna lose your rent money, I need it all. I need it all. I need your rent money. I need your food money. I don't care if you're gonna lose your house. I need it. I'm sorry. I need that money. I'm sorry. It's more important that I gamble.
The humiliation rituals are even egged on.
What? Oh, I'm in. I'm in? Yeah, I'm in. 11:06. When was, oh, good.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I didn't leave? Oops. Go, go.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oops.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Such as when he offered to shave his head for $150 on stream, which is not even that much considering his gargantuan net loss. Unfortunately for him, the donor-to-be flaked out and the money never actually came through.
I shaved his head. He shaved his head for no reason. This is why I will never, ever, ever take a challenge, a bet, or any of that stuff. It's another reason I have my chat off, is I think they think I'm stupid. But no, it's been a long time since I've been made to look a fool.
He shaved his head for no reason.
Fucking idiot. If you believe anything that anybody says on the fucking internet, and I'm talking to, I stopped believing anything anybody says on the fucking internet, like way back in 2003. I don't believe them when they say the gender, unless I see their body moving on a webcam. I don't believe them about a fucking, some statement. I don't believe about some promise. I don't believe about I'm not camping you, or I'm leaving. I'll leave you alone. I don't believe, like Russ will teach you not to believe anybody at all. Humans are beings of lies. Everybody lies is the proper House MD thing to learn out of that show. Oh no, wait. I don't want to go to the rock grinder. Wait, don't go to the rock grinder.
Autopilot disabled.
Oh wait, I didn't mean to turn this one off.
Autopilot engaged.
This one needs to jump to. Where are they? They are. I want to look at them. There we go. Okay, I guess I'll jump to warp to within 0.
Warp drive active.
I'll have to change gear, which is annoying. I don't know if this one can moon mine. No, she can't. So that's okay. I'll just log her. Okay.
Approaching Stargate.
Just sort by type. What are we looking at here? We're looking at asteroid of fiery kernite. Oh, jeepa, Magna. So the closest fiery. Oh no, there's asteroid fiery kernite. Asteroid Amber. Okay, Amber and. Nagamac is 10 million for the boost. Actually, for the boost. Oh, wait, no. This is Sarah. Sarah's up. So, sort by name. Gotta do Sarah. Sarah 12, Torona.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, there's my kick for that. We're just gonna sort by distance here and see what's close,
Warping
I
to
guess.
station.
So we have
Warp
abandoned,
drive active.
mining, debris, abandoned, egregious plunderer, debris, egregious debris. So there's that, and that's Amber. Okay, so approach that for now. So this fleet, oh, you can deposit ore without docking. Okay.
Approaching station. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
I should have just docked up. That's alright. I'm gonna have to send her for something, which is annoying. Board the Corvette. Now, out here... Wait, am I inside? No, I'm not. I mean, someone finding me is really unlikely. Without ESP anyways. And no zombies can come here, so... Yeah, there's like a lot of war on the other side of the valley. I want to go... I want you to reload the MOTD. They're saying use coherent asteroid mining crystals, which is like view market details. One jump away, there is some. We will location, set destination, and buy these, and undock. So in this Mac...
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
What was that sound? Wait, oh, the fucking thing's gone already? God damn it. Wow, this was like 10 minutes or something. Well, there goes that. That was fast.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active. Docking request accepted. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I am here. We are going for ice, are we? So I need to get back in the... No, I'm in the wrong place. So where is my machina? Where's my fucking machina? Why isn't it showing up? So annoying.
Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Docking request accepted. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I don't have one, huh? Oh, you can put an emblem on it? Oh.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This is a cool place. Very flat with water access. Would be a very good place for a base. I don't know if you can fish in this. Actually, I think you can. It is a good place for a base. I think this is where I'll build.
Autopilot jumping.
Or I'll probably build here eventually.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Not here, but like next wipe.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I think I need to do a spaceship command to 5, training 2, level 5. Oh, yeah. Maybe I want to bump this. Where is Spaceship Command 5?
Approaching Stargate.
I don't see it on this list. God damn it. Get out of that. That sound is horrible. Get out of it. God damn it. I hate that fucking sound. Stupid, worthless fucking developers and their fucking idiosyncrasies with sound and stuff. They're so bad about repetitive sound sometimes. It's like, really, I was going to sit in this skill queue for an hour, but the nails on the chalkboard only made it so I could be there for a few minutes, you know? Like, I really wanted to watch the skill queue for an hour and read it and look at it, but the fucking terrible ass sound you put on it is like fucking, like, nails shitting into my brain. How dare you, sir? How dare you put that sound effect on that fucking skill menu? Get a fucking clue. I'm just gonna go back to the station here.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I'm in Illinois.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted. Warp drive active.
be starting in 15 minutes. Oh. Last night I didn't get my 2 crates that I opened because of the reset. Damn it. Yeah. Oh no, I wanted to go mining. Oops. Oops. Excuse me. Yeah. Ding. Oh my god. I've been gathering all that. is this? Oh yeah, the wood. Oh, I'm out of fire. Oops. Oops, my camera. Maybe me CP13.
Still waiting on it. I don't know what's going on, man. It's been like 20, 30 minutes, bro. Hasn't it? Has it not been? Bro, I just got trolled so fucking hard, dude. I cannot believe that this fucking happened, dude.
If you are going to do something for somebody, get the money first. And if maybe if it's $5 to $20, you can probably make them a sandwich without and then ask for the money afterwards, right? But even fucking McDonald's makes you pay before you get the food, right? So understand, it's not that unreasonable to ask for money up front in pretty much every single goddamn transaction, especially if it has something to do with your body, like sex or chopping your hair or, you know, jumping in something or doing something. You get that money first, and then when the money's in your pocket, then you jump in the moat. You know what I'm saying? Like, I jumped in a moat once for like 480 pounds or something like that in London. And even at the age of 15, I was like, pay up, bitch, right now. Like, right. I'm like, I will jump in the moat and I will get kicked off this trip. But you got to pay up. And they did. They all got 20 pounds out. Like fucking 13 kids got 20 pounds out or whatever it was. I forget what it was. It was like more than that. It was like, yeah, there was like 24 kids there and they all pitched like 20 pounds each. Yeah. It was like a lot, and I was just like, all right. And I had this most money I've ever had in one place at one time, almost. Like I've had like 20, I don't know, 500. It was I think it was like 480 pounds, which was like $1,100, and that's not the most money I've ever had in one place at one time, but it's close to it. I think the biggest re-up I ever did was 2,400, because I had to go twice in a day. And like, but I mean, that wasn't really, I mean, I've seen $2,400 in the same place at the same time, but like, it's weird. Like, I've not, you know, not often, you know, I you know, that wasn't that common. And it really didn't feel like it. You would pull out like all these 20s and stuff. You have the count. You'd be like, here's a big old wad of cash. It didn't feel like fucking 2,400 because you're just money on the barrelhead, you know? It wasn't $2,400 worth that I got to keep. It was $2,400 that I handed somebody. It's fucking annoying. But yeah.
I cannot believe that this happened. What a fucking dickhead, dude. Why the fuck would you do that? Why the fuck gives you one fucking reason to fucking think that's okay?
Besides his e-begging and compulsive gambling habit, Austin also goes the extra mile to make himself unlikable by frequently adopting an overconfident high roller attitude, insulting fans who are begging him to stop when he's still up.
Oh, dude! Oh my God! Leave, Austin! Leave! You gotta leave! Just leave, bro! Dip! Get out of there! that. I'm staying, baby. Now watch this. We're gonna go to 500 at the lowest. Bro, all the threes.
Why
man.
are you playing that crappy little arcade game that couldn't possibly pay out? There's like 3 games I would ever spend more than fucking $20 on, right? Blackjack. I would do horse racing, blackjack, horse betting, excuse me. OTB, Keno, Bingo, Texas Hold'em, Blackjack, Roulette. 5 card draw VLT if you play it for 6 months. You know what I'm saying? You'll hit a jackpot sooner or later. If you play perfect 5-card draw on a VLT for 6 months, you can pull like a $7,000 jackpot. We did pull a 30, or it was like 2,800 one time, I think it was 2,900, something like that. It was nuts. So so there's like 7 things that I would ever bet more than $5 on. I think it's actually more like $5. You know what I'm saying? There's like 7 games that I think are actually good enough to win, and this isn't it. This is lose your money, you're a loser. That game, no wins, no money. That is a game entirely meant to fleece you and take everything you've got. I would stake my life that you wouldn't ever win. I'm serious. I would stake my life on it. Like, now you can win if you keep playing it for, for a long time and you dump $400,000 in it. You'll eventually win like a nice little $100,000 payout, But you're not going to win this game. This is not a winnable game. If you're a gambler, you should know what games you can fucking win, And this isn't it. This is, the house is entertaining you for a while, so you should only bet pennies, right? This game is for people who play penny games. It's not for idiots like him to slap down $400 on. This is not a game you can win. This is a game you play for fun, for pennies. And this fucking jackass who has probably dumped probably $300,000 worth of streamer money or something like that into this. He's a fucking jackass. He never deserved a dollar of it. There's nothing worse than gambling is the finest thing a man can do if you're good at it. It's also the worst thing you can. It's almost worse than rape and murder. It's almost the worst thing. Cause rape, life and sex, they can be, or whatever. Life and life and rape, they can't be replaced, right? But there's a certain point when $400,000 can be worth more than a life or sex. It's actually kind of crazy. Gamblers can be more dangerous and scary than rapists or murderers. They can do more damage. They can harm their family or whoever whoever owns that money, right? If they steal, especially, but mostly themselves, they can harm themselves. If he's betting $400 on this game, he'll probably end up dead. He'll end up dead with this kind of dumbass behavior, because this is like running down the sidewalk, tossing $20 out like some kind of fucking stripper parade downtown, $20, like throwing 20s left and right downtown on a sidewalk and traipsing down the sidewalk, like you're like a little girl traipsing down the fucking sidewalk with her little bouquet of posies in a basket, but instead of the posies in the basket, it's $20 bills, and it's downtown, and there's drug addicts around because you're standing where all the drug dealers and the fucking drug addicts are downtown, right? And you're like $20, like it's like you're throwing posies out left and right like a little girl and stuff. That's what this game you're playing is. That's what the analogy is. That is the analogy that I play for. Playing this particular game for any amount of money more than a nickel is like running downtown like a little girl with a basket of posies, but instead of posies, it's $20 bills. And you're like, $20 bills, take all my money. Literally, and I'm sorry, I'm not an amazing gambler. I haven't lost almost any money gambling. I'm dead serious. I've not lost any gambling, but I've basically made none either. But I have spent out $9,000 in my lifetime on gambling, and I think I've made back exactly 9. I think it's something like 9, right? That's a good gambler. Somebody who really thinks, I'm very serious about this. I've been to casinos, been to a lot of casinos, been to casinos hundreds of fucking times. When I was on meth, I loved casinos, went to them all the time. They're all over the place out here. And so, because in Colorado, you can only go to one place to gamble, but out here, you can go all over the fucking West Coast to gamble, And so, Yeah, and so like I've been in like I've gone to the casino hundreds of times, and I definitely have spent thousands of dollars on gambling, but I definitely broke even. And I would say that is a good gambler. A great gambler is somebody who actually makes a profit. That's Dale Brunswald and the WSOP. That's not you. You know what I'm saying? You're not an amazing liar. I mean, if you're making money, if you're a great gambler, it means you're a great liar. And you're bluffing and lying so well that you can bust people in Texas Hold'em. That is the only way you can really make any money as a gambler. There's like two ways to make money as a gambler full time, right? And I used to kind of do it. You know what I'm saying? There's like two or three ways, right? You can play blackjack really intelligently. I'm talking perfectly. 2 or 3 hands at a time. Never more than $60 a visit. And you could maybe walk out with say like $1,000 each time, something like that. Yeah. And you want to do that a lot. You want to do that 50 times a year. So every 5 days or so, right? You go back to the casino fresh, rested. You had sex the night before. There's no family drama or any problems in your life that distracts you or like that. See that if I was in conditions in a casino and that fucking sound hit, that would fuck up my money. It would fuck up my money. I'm serious. It would fuck up my money. Any distractions at all, like that fucking like any distractions at all, like because like gambling is a very focused fucking thing. You can't talk to anybody. You can't like trust me. It's not like that. So you gotta be counting, you gotta be doing the percentages all the fucking time, you know? And so, yeah, and I would say I'm a good gambler in the fact that I've never lost any money. I've never had a bad gambling loss, not ever. I've never entered a casino with more than $60. I'm dead serious. I've never stepped foot in a casino with more than $60. I'm 100% honest. So like I really mean this, you know? And I stayed true to this my whole life. I never enter a casino with more than $60, and I've entered casinos like 200 or 300 times, right? So it has caught me a lot. But I mean, like most times, I just oh my god, that fucking sound drives me fucking crazy. Goddamn CCP and their worthless ass fucking sound effects. Come on, man. I mean, I need the sound, but it's an annoying sound. It's like an annoying sound. It's an annoying sound to me because, whatever. Like, one of the things about Asperger's is you can't stand repetitive fucking noise. You can't stand buzz or whatever, you know? You can stand it, but it makes you homicidally fucking angry. And I could do stuff like rip the ropes off of my fucking, like the kind of rage that the fucking sound inhibits, that engenders in me, right? I feel like I could fucking tear through ropes or lift a 5,000-pound car. If there was a buzzing sound if there was a Chevy Tahoe between me and the fucking buzzing sound, I would lift the fucking Chevy Tahoe. I'm dead serious. Probably break my arms doing it, but I don't care. The buzzing sound annoys me so bad. Fucking, and this is a game for fucking, you know, it's so stupid. The fucking developers, no matter what, this is the best video game company in history, CCP, right? And even them get fucking sound effects fucking horribly fucking wrong. Horribly wrong. I'm talking horribly, like, Jesus Christ, like layman fucking levels of like, you know, competency when it comes to some of these sound effects. And it's been 20 fucking years and they don't rewire them or do them or anything like that. They don't really fix them. And so the repetitive noise of these fucking video games gets so fucking annoying to me. And some of them aren't even very annoying sounds, but when you've heard them a billion times, they're extremely annoying to you. Extremely annoying. Like, I don't know, maybe I should just turn off the UI sound completely, but then I wouldn't hear the notifications. There needs to be some way around this or something, you know? I don't know what it is, but yeah. Yep. And so I would say a good gambler is somebody who never loses any money doing it, who goes to the casino, gets 2 drinks and spends $60 and has the time of their life for 5 hours or whatever, right? Or 3 hours, 2 hours, right? That's a good gambler, right? A bad gambler is anybody who loses money at all. If you go to the casino, you don't walk out with the 60 that you walked in, don't gamble. It's not your thing. If you go to the casino with 60, $100, something like that, and you walk out with the same 100 4 or 5 hours later, you are a adequate gambler. A good gambler never loses money, right? An adequate gambler would be somebody who always leaves with the 60. But a good gambler is somebody who wins sometimes but always breaks even, right? Like an adequate gambler is somebody who just never loses ever, you know? And that is possible if you play the right games with the right percentages and stuff. You just never lose, and you always do small bets. And if you do lose, it only hits your bottom line. It doesn't ever you never like, oh, that one hurt. Like the adequate gambler is somebody who never ever says, ah, that one hurt. You know, that never happens to the adequate gambler. That's like my mother. She's never in her life exclaimed, "Oh, I lost too much on this one." Never once like, "Oh, that one hurt." Right? No, that's an adequate gambler. A good gambler will be like, "Fuck, I lost $5. Fuck, I lost $20." But you still leave with the same 60 at the end of the session, and you got 4 or 5 free drinks. Maybe you got laid. Maybe you met somebody or talk to a dealer and learn something or something. It's like a great experience. I think casinos are really good if you are good at them. If you're good at gambling, and I would say maybe 1 to 5% of all gamblers are on the good level, and I'd say 1% of all gamblers are on an amazing level, like Dale Brunswald in the WSOP. You know, then there's only 1% of them are actually like truly skilled and gifted at it. Maybe 5% of them are actually good like me, and they leave with the same $60 that they came with. And I'd say probably about 87% of them are like adequate, right? Where they just never lose. They play penny slots and stuff like that. And then there's like the 10% that make up these stories. And he's one of those 10% that thinks that they're amazing, but they're actually below adequate. They're bad. And they blow thousands, hundreds of thousands, and they get a win every once in a while, but they lose 10 times in a row. And they think this somehow equals out. But no, you lost 10 times in a row, and all the times that you gambled those 10 times were different amounts, and then you want a random amount, but at no point did you ever break even. You know, that's a bad gambler. He is a bad gambler. There's like tiers of gambling, right? You want to be an adequate to good gambler. You don't even want to be an amazing one, because an amazing one takes 10 years to learn. It does. It takes like 10 fucking... The amount of time I've spent on video games is the amount of time that Dale Brunswald has learned, you know, WSOP, you know, Texas Hold'em, right? And, you know, I actually watched a Dale Brunswald game live one time in Colorado. It was kind of cool. I like Texas Hold'em. I'm good at it. I'm actually a good gambler, which is somebody who goes in with 60, only 60. If you go in with more than $60 to $100, you have a problem. Because there's only about 3 levels of gambling you need to do on a 2 to 3 hour visit, right? There's like the penny slots to eat up like an hour. You want to probably play poker penny slots if you're going to do that. You don't want to play anything else. Anything else, you're just going to lose, right? And then there's like the 50-50 bet that you should make on roulette with like, say, 25 or $50, right? And so you take half your money, you put 50 of it on roulette, and you bet on black, and you fucking pray when you come in, right? Or 30, right? So you come in with $60 to $100, and you start out at the fucking roulette table. You make a 50-50 bet with half that money, and you try to gain 50% more than what you have when you sat down at the first table, right? So you slap down half your money right then and there. It's like $30 on black. And they're like, you're doing a stakes gamble, aren't you? Yes, I am. Yeah. I want to try and get 50% of what I brought in here. I brought in $60. I'm betting 30. I want to make it 90, right? Make it 90. And so then they roll their 50% bet, which is red or black, right? And you're going to get a 50% chance at this. And if it's red, you know, you're like, fuck, it's not my day. You should probably leave. If you get the black, you know, or the red, whatever it is you bet on, it's your day, maybe. It's your day. And so you take your $30 extra, and you're suddenly sitting at $90 in the first 2 minutes, right? You walked in with 60, but you're at 90 in the first 2 minutes. Then you go to the penny slots and you get drunk. I'm serious. You get like 3 or 4 drinks, and you sit the penny slots and look for like 1 to 5 to 10 to 25 cent games, preferably 25-cent games. And you look for 5-star, these are popular machines, so they're often taken. 5-star stud. My mom taught me this when I was like 16. It was fun. Stud and like a 7-card and 5-card draw, 5-card stud, but ideally Texas Hold'em or 5-card stud, right? And you can never find Texas Hold'em on the penny machines. It just it doesn't exist. It'll probably exist in Vegas, but it doesn't exist anywhere else. You can't get penny slots that'll offer you actual Texas Hold'em. You can probably only find that at like Circus and the MGM Grand and stuff like that in Vegas. I've been there and I've done it, but they're hard to find anywhere else. Maybe Reno might have them, but probably only Reno and Vegas are like the only two towns in the world where you can find 1 cent, 1 to 25. Sorry, 1 cent. You probably can't find 1 cent Texas Hold'em on the VLTs, which is video lottery terminals and stuff, right? I am a good gambler, but I don't gamble. I haven't even stepped foot in a casino in 6 years, something like that. And it's not like that's not because of losses or something. That's just because I am not a compulsive gambler. I'm a compulsive drug person, but I'm not a compulsive gambler at all. I mean, I like doing it at a really low level. I'm talking pennies, right? So you do your 50-50 bet, or sorry, you do your 50-50 bet, which means that you take your stake that you came in with, $60, and you take a sign from the heavens, right? You're like, okay, if I'm meant to be here, if I'm going to win today and actually spend the time, I'm going to sit down and you go alone and you go to the roulette table and you slap it 50-50 down on black, which is for $60 is $30, right? And if you lose the 30, you're not going to cry. It's $30. You're like, that sucks. But you're like, and that's a good gambler thing where you're taking a risk, but you can also accept it. You're like, fuck, that's $50 or 50% of $60 is still, only $30. That's not the end of the world. You can recover from that. You can go home and work for a couple of hours, get that money back, right? It's not a bad loss, right? And that's the sort of losses you should only ever be able to accept. The only losses you should ever be willing to accept are, I can recover that in a couple of hours. If it's any more than that, you have a problem. You have a problem, right? And real gambling takes like 5 to 18 hours or something like that. It takes so long, sometimes like 2 or 3 days, because you just got to keep playing the lowest amount that you can possibly bet, and you want to be doing quantity, and just winning more than you lose, maybe 4% more than you're losing, right? And if you're winning 4% more than you're losing, you're up, and that's what you're shooting for, 4%, something like that. That's it. And you want to do, ideally, my favorite thing is to go sit down at the VLTs for 5-card stud, and you play perfectly on the cell phone for weeks before you step in the casino, until you feel like you've got close to 100% perfection rate on 5-card stud or say like Texas Hold'em or whatever the machines are offering, whatever you want to do in that casino, right? And then you sit there on the machine and you bet ideally pennies for like an hour, ideally, right? And you warm up, right? You don't go sitting down at the fucking blackjack or the Texas Hold'em table the first 5 minutes. You just don't. You sit down at the roulette table immediately. It's the only one you sit down at immediately. It's the roulette table, and you take your 50% chance on it on a small amount, like $1, just to test the waters, and maybe do a couple of dollar bets on black or red and see how you do. But I mean, like, that's one form of doing it. Or you can just slap down half your money on black or red right at the start, which is what I recommend. It's kind of like going all in on Texas Hold'em, because it's $30 instantly, pretty much. It's not sitting down and grinding $30 in $5 wins or something like that. It's $30 on the time it takes for the marble to bounce on the fucking roulette wheel, because real gambling takes time. So you get your big bet up front, and then you do your smallest possible bets in the casino for at least an hour, if not 2 or 3, and hopefully you can put in headphones, but you can't like do a cell phone. You can't do anything like that. Like, hopefully you can listen to music somehow, but often I don't think they let you. And so you just grind out on penny slots or nickel slots, preferably poker format. Always poker format, nothing else. None of that 3 bells or 3 cherries or 3 anythings. None of the three card jackpot slots. That's all for old people who want to sit at the casino for 8 hours and get their free drinks and, meet other old people to get camaraderie and stuff like that. Slots are not for young people. Slots are not for winners, right? But VLTs can be if you stick to the poker, premise. But remember, it is a VLT machine that has been programmed by a software developer to defeat you. So you're trying to play for pennies while you warm up. That's it. That's all those machines are good for. You want VLT machines with poker on them, because warming up is essential. You cannot just go to $5 bets on blackjack the minute that you sit down. That is how you get in trouble. That is compulsive compulsive behavior. It's like you want to be dipping your tips and you're tipping your foot in the water, and you're sitting at a hot springs, and you pay $10 to get in the hot springs. So you actually kind of want to think about how you use your time, and you're like, okay, I can't just jump in the hot spring. I'm gonna get boiled and lose all my money, right? So I'm gonna put my toe in, and it burns and it hurts, but it's only my toe. It's only a penny, and slowly you work your whole foot in. Slowly your calves and your legs and your knees, and you're like, man, this is so hot, it's burning my skin, but I'm getting used to it. And this is how gambling is too. And you're like, fuck, I keep losing half of these penny bets, but it doesn't hurt me, they're penny bets. And but you are getting in deeper. You're warming your brain up. You're warming up. It's almost like an art form or like sports or something. You're just getting ready. You're like exercising. You're doing heats. You're running heats in the gym like a basketball player, while you get your brain limber for the actual thought that is required to be a successful gambler. If you aren't thinking about that thought, if you don't have those thoughts, you will lose. If you are not fucking trying with all of your core of your being to defeat that dealer, the house, the percentages, you're thinking about when the next ace is, when the next king is, and all that stuff. It doesn't even matter if it's only for $60. You will lose it all. You'll lose it all. If you make any mistakes, you'll lose it all. You can't make any mistakes, right? And sooner or later, statistically, you will get something. The system is set up that way. When the house odds are at 28%, right? Every 4 games, house odds for blackjack, I think, are like 24%, if I remember. I forget. It's been 6 years, but I'd have to pull all my cheat sheets and everything. But blackjack is like 24% or something like that. So, like, that's good, because every 1 in 4 you can win. Do you see the percentages here? So you really want to win on the 1 in 4. If 3 have gone by and you haven't won, you're due. And you want to be doing $1 for the 3 games that you haven't won, but you want to put the $5 down for the 4th game where you're due, and you play perfectly, and you learn how to play blackjack perfectly statistically, and you get a cell phone game app that preps you by doing months and months of fucking blackjack, and it's like you're still at 83%. You need to be at 100. If you want to step foot into a casino, the app itself will tell you, if you want to step foot in the casino and still possibly make like a single $1, you must play blackjack perfectly, or don't sit down at the blackjack table. And the same is true of 5-card draw, 5-card stud, 7-card stud, Texas Hold'em. I think that gets into the realm of so much chance that I don't think you can play Texas Hold'em perfectly, but I am absolutely certain you can play 5-card draw perfectly. You can always calculate the percentage. You can see what's on the flop, and you can just not mess up. You can play blackjack fairly perfectly and 5-card stud. So then once you've done like an hour and a half to 2 hours of like penny slots in a poker format, and you've had like 3 or 4 drinks, and you're limbered, and you're like drunk, and you're ready to skip over some inhibitions and such, you go to the blackjack table, you open up 3 fucking hands for $5 a piece, and you pray to God that you can drunkenly play perfectly, while you scare yourself, and you maybe place another when you get an 11, you double down, right? And you have to be drunk to do this, because when you get an 11, you got to be drunk to double down, because that's $10 that you lost, right? And you've only got, you sat at the penny slots, and you lost like $5 or $10. Say you lost the original roulette of this, you come in with 60, you lost the original roulette bet at the beginning, and now you're down to 30. So you go to the penny slots for 2 hours, and you warm up trying to play poker variety games and stuff. So it's in your brain, and you're thinking the numbers and the percentages correctly and all this. And then hopefully you're either up $5 or $10, or you're down $5 or $10. Usually it's you're down $5 or $10. But if it's a good day and you're on fire, and the universe and the stars are aligned, and whatever happens in gambling, where for some reason you're on a streak, it just seems like the game wants you to win or something like that, maybe you're $5 or $10 up, but probably not. You're probably actually $5 or $10 down, because it's penny slots. They don't pay. I mean, they do, but I mean, they pay when you win, which is almost never. So maybe that day, maybe you just can't catch the win. It happens. So, and maybe you're up $5 or $10. So now you're either at 90 minus 10, which is the likelihood, right? What I'm hoping is happen. You come in hoping that you win the roulette and that you walk with 90. You come in hoping that. That's why you make the bet. You walk with the 90, you go over to the fucking penny slots and play poker variety penny slots for 1 to 3 hours, and then you get limbered up and you get your mind focused and you get your free drinks, which are the real reason that you're there. By the way, the real reason that you're there. You're not there to get money to pay for your fucking rent. That means you're a loser. And losers lose. You will lose the hand. If you're a loser, you're there to pay rent with your gambling money, and you will lose the hand. I mean, if you are a loser, you are thinking that gambling will pay your rent money or something like that, you will lose the hand. Like, the universe will put that loser energy that you put out right back to you, and you will lose the hand. You will lose your rent if that is your fucking vibe. The same for this asshole. That's his vibe. He will lose because he is not thinking of it right. He's not thinking about the percentages. He's not going in certain pacing. He's not starting big, but then going very small, medium, large, right? You start big with one initial bet, and then you go small, medium, up to hopefully, right? So we're at stage 2 where you're at the blackjack table after you hopefully won the roulette table, and you're at 90, and then you lost 10, but you got 2 hours of entertainment and free drinks. For $10, you got $5-6 drinks, which is $30 value, right? For $10 at the slot machines, they'll let you do it because you came to you're trying to get free drinks out of the casino. That's what gambling actually is, right? So you're trying to get free drinks and trying to get laid out of the casino. That's what it actually is for. That's why they made them. That's what they're actually for, right? Socializing, free drinks, and for the house to rob you. That's the 3 things that casinos are there for. So as the customer, you're thinking about, what can I get out of this situation? The answer is meeting people, talking to dealers, and getting free drinks. That's worth $60. Think about video games. A video game is worth $60, right? But I mean, but $60 is only worth it at the casino if you get 4 or 5 free drinks and you get to talk to the cute dealer and tip her a little bit extra and all this other stuff, and meet other people at the blackjack table and all that. That is what casinos are for. They are not for you to pay rent. They're there to entertain you, get you laid, and get you drunk, and have a good night, and go to the motel and fuck this girl afterwards. That is what casinos are for. Do not get it twisted. Otherwise, they're there to rob you. And they'll honestly say this to you. They're there to rob you. They're there to keep the lights running and keep the machines running, which costs money. They will tell you to your face they're there to rob you. It is expensive to keep a casino running. And there's no shame in what they do either. And casinos have no shame. There's no shame in any casinos, because what they're trying to do is promote socialism, promote togetherness, promote fun and recreation, and get you laid. And maybe you get to see a nice, musician or somebody who's famous or something while you're down there, and you have a lifetime memory, right? That's what Vegas is about. I will not hear anybody talk anything bad about like Reno or Vegas or casinos or mob boss gamblers or any of this other stuff. I think they're all there for a reason. These are things that humans like and they voluntarily want. They are adult vices, and they're not so healthy, but they are totally God-given, rightful things that don't harm anybody except themselves. That's it. So understand. So they're also, you're gonna see this fear in a lot of gamblers. Like, they might hate the casino, but they can't stop going and all this. If you hate the casino, or you hate the dealer, or you hate the game, you're a loser. You've lost, and you're not gonna ever win. Don't try. It's all about mindset. It's all about, like, okay, I'm open-minded about winning now. That should be your only thought when you go in the casino. I'm open-minded about winning now. I don't know who I'm going to meet. I don't know what I'm going to spend. I don't know what games I'm going to play. I'm going to really listen to my intuition and do my little staging and my timing, and use practice and do it many times so you know what you're doing. And so what stage are we at? We're at the penny slots. After 2 hours, you've lost $10, but you're still $20 up because you won the roulette bet, which is a 50% bet. And it's the best bet in the house. Now, you can stay at roulette and keep doing the 50% bets, but it's kind of self-defeating. You're going to win half the time, and you're going to lose half the time. It's kind of self-defeating to do that. So if you want to win on roulette, you slap down all of it at once on the first thing, and you just leave the casino afterwards if you didn't win, right? That's what roulette's for, and it's a very, very good game. So, and my suggestion to you is to master roulette before you ever touch blackjack or Texas Hold'em, because if you can't get the concepts of roulette down and how to win at it, and understand that it's the only fair game in the entire joint, and that it's the only game you should technically be playing. And it's the one that the successful, smart, rich people play, even though they lose. But roulette is the one that the small time gambler who's only spending $60, that should be your first stop, the roulette table. And hopefully you won. You're done with the penny slots, and you've had 4 always order Long Island iced teas because they water everything else down. Beer's okay if it's straight from the bottle, but order Long Island iced teas, and that's gambler's code for don't fuck me. I actually do this sometimes, and I don't wish you to treat me like one of the rubes, right? You ask for Long Island iced teas wherever you go. It doesn't matter. Long Island iced teas are the only thing you ever fucking order at a bar or a fucking casino or anything like that. Trust me. Otherwise, the bartender's gonna fuck you unless they're famous for not doing that, right? Trust me, they're gonna water it down. They're not gonna give you enough tequila or enough fucking whatever. They're just not. They're not going to. Nothing like I would say you can get a fair, honest margarita at a restaurant, but you can't get it at a bar. You cannot. Okay. So I really feel this way. So, like for instance, if you want a margarita, don't go to a bar. Go to Chili's. Or, TGI Fridays, or, fucking Black Eyed Pea or whatever. Don't go to a fucking bar trying to get a good single margarita. Go to a restaurant, because the bar is interested in ripping you off, and so is the casino. So, but the restaurant is not. The restaurant will be like portions are measured out. They are tracked by the FCC. We can't do any more or less than what we say we do, and all this other stuff, right? Restaurant won't stiff you on a drink, but casinos and bars absolutely the fuck will, unless it's straight from the bottle or straight Long Island iced tea, right? Which means that they're gonna have to pack everything and the bathtub into that drink, which means that they're going to have to put liquor in there, right? And that's how you drink at casinos. You get a Long Island, preferably 4 or 5 of them too. You want to get pretty fucking wasted at a casino, because the real value is even if you lose the $60, you got like $30 to $40 in Long Island iced teas or margaritas or beers or whatever the fuck your fucking fancy is, right? And we walk out of the casino, you're tipsy, but hopefully you have a ride arranged or a taxi driver like me waiting, and you go home, right? And it doesn't matter if you're wasted. It really does. The casinos are for getting wasted. That's what they're for, So, and then, and so where are we at now? So you've lost $10 at the slots, but you've had 4 or 5 drinks on the house while you sat and played slots for 2 hours, and all you've spent is a $30 chance at roulette, and hopefully you doubled up. If you didn't, you don't cry, because you still got $30 to spend on the slots. And then if you lost at the slots, you leave with your $20 and you use that to pay the taxi home, right? And you got drunk for $40. That's you got to play roulette and penny slots, and if you're winning, you take it to the blackjack table, right? If you're winning, so let's say you win at the roulette and you're at $90, and then you win at you win $10 at the penny slots after you sit there for 2 or 3 hours drinking Long Island iced teas, right? It's all specifics, it's all details, casinos, right? Then you are either at $100 because you're $10 up after you won both roulette and penny slot poker, or you're down to 30 and then you lost the penny slots, so now you're down to $20, right? If you're down to 20, it's not your day. Don't go against the universe. It's sending you your sign. You played 200 games and you lost 198 of them or something, and the 2 wins that you got did not equal you busting down from 60 to $20, right? From all the games that you played. That's your sign from the universe to leave the fucking casino. If you're up, you take it to the blackjack table, you take 3 fucking hands, you slap down $5 on the $90 that you've got, right? And you play a few hands of blackjack at $5 a pop. Hopefully you've been playing on your cell phone for 3 months while you're watching TV or something like that, and you have 100% fucking success rate, but you're drunk, you probably won't get that. You'll probably get like 88 to 90. But dealers like it when you're drunk. The casino likes it when you're drunk. And I swear to God, if the casino likes you, you'll win. If the casino thinks you're in there to fuck them, you won't. Right? So if you're drunk and you're happy, and you haven't lost any real money, and you're up like $30 or $40 due to roulette and penny slots and stuff, which is unlikely, frankly. It's 50% chance on the roulette, like a 8% chance on the machines. So you're probably likely to maybe win the $30 at the roulette, but you're most likely to lose the $10 at the penny slot poker. But you get the free drinks. You get time while you play the poker slots to drink, right? For 3 or 4 hours. And you can go slow. You can take just 2 or 3 drinks, you know, and make it last like 3 or 4 hours. But this is what a casino is. This is what good gamblers do. Anybody like this douchebag should be legally restrained from gambling. You know, this douchebag has no clue, no fucking clue how to gamble whatsoever. He's doing it remotely. That doesn't work. If you're doing it remotely, the computer's gonna rip you off. I'm sorry, but it's true. I'm really seriously true. Unless you are comped by fucking steak. If you are playing on a computer, it is programmed to rip you off, and you're gonna get a win because it's good at programmed to tell you, good to signal you that you can win. It's gonna send you a win signal with a single win. And you're gonna be like, ooh, I'm up somehow, right? And that's when you should leave if you're gambling online. Right, but I mean, nobody does. They just keep in, and then they bust all their money out because that computer is very well designed to rob you. It's designed to string you along for 65 hands, and then maybe give you a win. So you have to understand that you have to play 65 hands at a penny to a nickel to 10 cents to 25 cents or a dollar or something like that before you're going to get like a win signal. And you need to interpret what the machine is telling you. When they send the win signal, is it too much? Because if it's too much, you're going to lose. You're going to lose all your money, right? But if it's exactly what it should be, you might be able to have some fun and stay there and maybe get up big. But if it's too much, the machine is lying to you to win. I call it win signal, right? It's sending you a win signal that it's possible to win at this computer, but it's not because it's a computer that's programmed to fucking defeat you, like a chess master game, right? Quite literally like that. It's got the same coding. I've seen the coding of all those VLT machines and stuff. It's exactly designed to rob you 78% of the time. Exactly designed. I mean, it doesn't screw up on it. It even knows what it's going to give you. Like, trust me, it's you know, it's insane. You know, so don't play video machines expecting to win is that lesson. So in reality, you probably won the roulette. You probably didn't win the roulette. It's a 50% chance. So whatever 50% chance you got, you probably lost at the VLT. So now your $90 is down to say 80, but more likely like 75, something like that, right? So now you're down to $75, but you're up. You're still $15 up. You go to the blackjack table, you lay out 3 hands, and you fight yourself, and you fight only the dealer. If there's anybody else at the fucking table, you don't play. You play 3 hands versus the dealer. One of your 3 hands is going to win. That's the hand that you should double down on. And if you don't know how to run the percentages and read blackjack to know how to double down on the hand that you're actually going to win on or catch the blackjack on, then don't play blackjack, right? That's the thing. Don't play blackjack, right? But if you have those 3 hands and you're playing perfectly with the percentages and you're like Mensa, you're super good at it. One of my Mensa friends taught me how. You can win because you have 3 chances to win. The dealer has 1, right? And then you still lose. I mean, blackjack is 24% chance house, I think, or 28. I think it's 28, isn't it? This is like 28%, right? So you have a 28% chance of winning any blackjack hand. And it's never that percentage when it's that hand because of whatever's been played, right? So the house always has a 72% chance of winning any particular blackjack hand, right? So, but if you lay out 3 hands and 3 boards right next to each other, your 28% equals their 78, right? So then you have like a 78% chance of one of those hands winning, right? Which is a very low chance, which is why you should not play blackjack. You're gonna lose most of the fucking time. But there is that little hope there that you happen to double down or catch the blackjack on one of those fucking hands. And if you do, you fucking walk with like $35 or $50 or something. It's like 35 or something like that. Oh, this is over. Oh yeah, this is over. Return to Drone Bay. I'm here. Take the gank over losing my job. Yes. I've been mining for 11 years. I don't need guidance. Read my bio. I'm watching the screen as I talk. I don't know. I don't need it. I need to go back home. Social. Thank you.
Warp drive active.
Thank you. 33 compress and now so yeah, so you're down. I got the drones. I need to go home. Locations, home, set destination, private, the fleet. We are going to somewhere else, are we? Torino's Friday 8 a.m. next. Retreat before moving on. Torino's, yes, Sec Friday, 8 a.m. Okay, next time. And we want the daily fleet to the moon, or we start a new fleet? Okay, next time. Okay, great. Okay, want the daily fleet to the moon, or we start a new fleet? Okay, but we'll move to moon harvesting after that. About 10 minutes left. Hi, just checking. Okay, yeah, well. Okay, so where are we going currently? We're going to Torino's Friday AM. Needs to be harvested. So we're going to Torino's. Okay, I didn't realize and I went to the wrong place. That's okay. Torino's Friday AM set. Okay. Yeah. And then, where are we? We are currently in Elonaya. Gotta go to Torino's. We go to Torino's, correct? Torino's, thank you for all the donations. Can I at least push it? We go to Torino's now? Oh, Torino's Friday, 8 a.m. next. Okay. So, okay, good. Then we go Friday, and it needs to be harvested. Fine. Do we have the locations? Yes, we do. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to do 11 things at once.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Active. Warp drive active.
So hopefully you won $10 at the poker slots, and that should be your indication of whether you should be in the casino right now that day. If you lost at the slots and you lost at the roulette, this is not your day, and your stake's gone anyways, and you got $20. So take the 20 and leave. Go buy a pizza or something, and get and do something with the money, right? Take a taxi ride home, get drunk, buy a 6-pack or something, but walk out with the 20 at that point. If you're still going and you're good, and you're either at 80 or $90 or something like that, you off your 60, you go to the blackjack table. You play 3 hands at once. You double down on 11s. You play perfectly, and you don't. And you hopefully pray for 2 or 3 blackjacks at once. It won't happen, but it is possible. You pray for 2 of your 3 hands catching a blackjack or something like that, right? If you lose immediately, you cut down one of the hands to 2. If you're still losing, you cut down 2 hands to 1. Because you're not going to have many hands before you're out of $5 bets, right? But you're probably going to win some of them. And you're probably going to be up and down some. $20 here, $10 here, 15 up, 20 down. You're like, okay, now I'm down at 35, but then I'm back up to 65. Now I'm down to 70, 75, down to 40, but back up to 50, 55, 65, 75, 45, right? You're always keeping $5 bets. You're keeping 3 things running, and you're praying for a lot of blackjacks. And you're praying that because you're playing 3 hands and they're all yours, and the dealer is only playing their hands, that somehow you just sweep more games, right? And you play perfectly and all that. And hopefully after like an hour or 2, you are up somewhere between $180 to $240 would be hopeful, but not likely. And maybe you're up like $900, $1,000. You just keep winning. That's what you're praying for. You'll get that every 60 times or so that you enter the casino. You're praying for that moment when you're like, I can't lose. I don't know what's going on. I can't lose. Just the statistics. It's the dealer or the universe or something. I can't lose. I don't know what it is. I keep playing bad hands. Can't lose them. And that's what you're looking for, right? That's the feeling. That's what you're looking for. That's when you're going to make your $1,000 off of $60, and it's 1 in every 60 visits or something like that. Otherwise, you just usually leave with the 20, or you leave with the 60, and right, and 3 or 4 to 5 hours have passed at that point, right? And if you have won $1,000, you go to the Texas Hold'em table and you play $5 games for like 24 hours. And you pray that you're on fire, because with that you can walk out with like $25,000 or something like that, right? And you did pay your year's rent. And that's how a real gambler thinks. That's how they work. You can watch the videos. I've done it before, like all this, like, or you can approach all kinds of other different ways. Like one of the ways I approached is playing the same exact 5-card stud terminal for 6 months and coming every night for 2-3 hours and only spending maybe $20 or something like that, but you play the same machine running the jackpot up, and you keep playing the same machine, and you're religious, and you see that jackpot go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to $7,000, right? And then you pray that someone doesn't come while you're not there and take your jackpot. And sooner or later, you get that $7,000 jackpot, and you pray that you only spent $5,000 to get it. And you walk with like 2,000 extra. And when the jackpot hits, you're like, man, it took me 6 months and $5,000 in $20 increments every night. I spent $20 every night for a really long time for like 6 months and stuff. But I finally did get this $7,000 jackpot on the single machine that I play. That's another valid way to win in a casino. It's the only other valid way.
Autopilot jumping.
In my humble opinion, excuse me, that's my opinion. You could probably go get like theory on this and groundbreaking stuff in the gambling circles and casino circles and stuff about other ways to do it that I don't know about, but those are the ways that I know a layman to do it. And if you see a layman play any other way than that, you are are at best an adequate gambler, but most likely a bad gambler. If you don't play like that, like how I mentioned, you need to learn what the percentages are on every single game that you play, and if they are below 17, don't touch it. And that excludes like 3/4 of the casino's games from you, because they want to win they want their 90% chance to win, right? So most of the games are rigged against you, up at like 86% chance towards the house to win or something like that. Like slots are like that a lot of the time. So, like, just don't play those games. Don't touch them. Don't get addicted to them. This is, and those are donkey games. Literally, like, this is a donkey game for a donkey gambler. And he's a donkey gambler playing a donkey game. And he'll always be a donkey gambler playing a donkey game. And you can always spot donkey gamblers because they're playing donkey games that don't have percentages that possibly even equals a win. You'd have to play 87 hands. Like, if the house has an 87% chance to win, for you to win, you'd have to play 87 times. It's just crazy. It's like you'd have to win 87 times to see your 13% or something. That's how I think of it. It's your chances are zero. You have no chance, right? We are going to Torino's, yes.
Autopilot jumping.
And so what you're hoping and praying for, and you take it like stages. It's almost like getting laid with a girl or something. You start with the hey, how you do, and then you move on to sort of like, recognition that we might have some chemistry, and then it leads to like, I like this, and this person's my friend now, and then it's flirting, and then it's like a date, and then a date goes to like maybe like another date, and then another date, and then finally she's like getting in the sack with you and stuff, and then that leads to she's staying the night, and then staying the night turns to staying the weekend, and the weekend turns to the week, and the week turns to the month turns to a year, the years turn to years, then you got a wife. Every motherfucking dumb cocksucker on the fucking planet, every male cocksucker on the fucking planet thinks they can swing a wife with a pickup line. And they think they can, and they think the casino is like that too. Nope. Like everything the fuck else in life, it's this long, slow journey of exploration, knowledge, trial and error, and slow, careful steps. Right in sync with the person, synchronicity. The casino, you need to be in synchronicity with the casino. The casino wants you to win, believe it or not, because they know you'll come back. But if you're out of sync with the casino, and you're out of sync with the percentages, and you've got the wrong dealer, and you're at the wrong game, and you're playing donkey games with donkey amounts and all this, and you're an idiot, you're out of sync with the casino. There's no way you're winning. And I can see this on initial fucking perusal. I can see it from a single frame. I can see donkey gambler, donkey gamer, donkey, everything. Donkey everything. Fucking donkey drugs, donkey gambling, donkey games, donkey amounts, donkey screaming, donkey breaking your computer. It's all donkey shit. It's a donkey. He's a donkey. It's like somebody who can't win.
Warp drive active.
You know, unfortunately. And so yeah, and then the problem is like, so donkey gamblers or whatever, like bad gamblers, right? There's adequate and then there's bad. Bad gamblers are people who think they can win, right? A good gambler is somebody who knows they can't. They know they can't win, and you're coming in there on the off chance that somehow statistically you caught the blackjack when you shouldn't have, and you somehow won. And that is what gambling actually is hoping that you somehow win, but understanding that 78% of the time you unequivocally do not. You know, unequivocally, if you sit down at blackjack, unequivocally 78% of the time you lose. So you're praying for that fucking, you know, that fucking you are praying for that 24% chance to be your first hand, you know, and not your 65th one, right? And it's probably your 65th one. So understand, and you're going to run out all 65 hands at $5. You might win some of those, so you keep going. But no, you're going to lose out in the end because you weren't playing the right percentages. You weren't on the right game. You thought of it as, oh, I can just win this. No, 78% of the time you lose. So what do you do with the other 22, right? What do you do with the other 22%? And you try to think, how can I somehow get the win on the hand that I'm actually playing, as opposed to the ones I sit out, is a good way to look at Texas Hold'em. How can I get the one single hand that I play out of the 10 that I folded to be big? That's how you win at Hold'em. Because you acknowledge that 9 out of 10 times you basically lose to random RNG. Even the dealer will slaughter you. So it's just kind of funny, you know? Now we are going to anomalies. Oh, no, I'm not in yet. And so hopefully, right, and that's how it goes. So, and and here's I'm going to do the progression again, right? Roulette for 50% chance on your initial $30 bet on a $60 journey to the casino. $5 or $10 for the or whatever, $20 for the cab. $60 for gambling. Don't ever take more than $80 to a casino. If you do, you're probably inadequate to bad to donkey gambler. Don't ever take $3,000 to a casino. You're a fucking idiot if you do. You better be a whale that just is interested in blowing 600 grand anyways, right? You know, who just to get laid and all that. Don't ever think that you're gonna win. You're not gonna win. 80% of the time you lose. So it's more about what do you do with the 20% that you do win, right? So you bet big on the 20% that you do win. You're an okay to good gambler. You're never gonna be an awesome gambler unless you're at the top of the rung. You probably have friends in the casino who are helping you. You've got, you know, all this other stuff. You got a community that doesn't want to see you lose. Maybe you're famous like Dale's Brunsvold, so you can comp it by being famous. That kind of thing. That's an amazing gambler. It's extremely rare. You have to be comped by the casino or something like that, right? Or you have to be Sharon Stone and be the fixer, something like that, right? They'll let Sharon Stone win because she's keeping the casino running, right? But they won't let fucking gambler dude win. They will not let you win. 80% of the time you lose, right? So you start at the roulette, you walk with you make a $30 bet on a $60 casino entry, only 60 when you enter. You put 30 down on roulette, hopefully you win, but you probably won't. You walk with your either 90 or $30 depending on which. And if you're a winner, you're 90. If you're a loser, you're walking with 30. You play for a few hours, get your free drinks at the penny slots, and you leave with $20, right? And then you still got your 4 hours of entertainment for $40. You know, that's $10 an hour. That's pretty much what everybody charges for good entertainment. You got free drinks, free Long Island iced teas. Maybe you even got laid or made a friend or something like that, right? That's how a good gambler thinks, is what am I getting out of the experience, not can I win, right? Because you can't win. Almost never win. No. Almost never. So 80% of the time you lose. So yeah, and then hopefully you won at the roulette table. Then you go to the slots for 2 or 3 hours, and you only spend $10 and you drink, and you get your actual value for being there, right? Then when you're drunk, you wasted your time and spent your time there and really enjoyed your time and all this, and you not lost a lot of money either way. You go to the blackjack table and you lay out $3 $5 bets, and you just go on for there. You don't ever raise it. You don't raise it to $10 or $15. You just play $5 bets the whole time on 3 boards, and you play perfectly because you've been playing blackjack on your phone for 4 months. And then you walk away with hopefully $240, and you leave the casino, right? But if you're really up, if you're like between $240 and $760 or $1,000, you go further. You take 3. You put $700 in your wallet and you don't touch it, right? You always think of it like, oh my god, I'm so up. If you're up, you take 3/4 of it and you bank it in your wallet. And you don't put it back down on the table. If you're up, you stop, right? If you're up, you don't keep going. You stop. You take 3/4 of it, you bank it. You take the other quarter and you start over again, right? You stop at 60 again. If you get to 120, you bank the 60, and then you have the 60 that you initially entered with, and that money doesn't get touched. It goes back in your bank account. Go over to the money changer and put it back in your bank account. Even take that 60. If you get to 120 on that 60 entry into the casino, you take the 60 and you put it back in your fucking bank account or your wallet or your car, and you don't touch it. That way you're walking for free. You get free drinks for the rest of the day. You maybe get laid, maybe you make a friend or something, right? But no matter what, you came in with 60, you doubled it up somehow, either through roulette and slots and blackjack, or or whatever. And so you put the other 60 away, and then you can come back again and try again, right? Bad gamblers don't think of it like that. They're like, oh, I blew the whole thing on it all in, right? No, you always got to keep your stake. It's called the stake. It means your ability to get back in. You always got to keep your stake. So your stake when you come in the casino is $60. So keep that stake. If you reach 120, 60 should be your stake for the next time you come. So you don't have 120. You're actually still sitting at the 60 that you came with, because you always need to be able to come back again too. So, so then hopefully you finally get to 180, 60 of which you bank, by the way, and hopefully you get to 180, so you bank 60, and now you're sitting on $120. Leave the casino. You have doubled your money, right? Winners leave the casino. Real life winners. People win their life, like me. They leave the fucking casino. They leave the casino right there. If they have doubled their money, they leave the casino. Like crazy bad gamblers will think, oh my god, I'm gonna make the 25 grand, right? But maybe you keep winning, right? So, and this happens sometimes. Maybe you just keep winning. You're playing perfectly. The dealer's in sync. The casino's in sync. You're not on a bad streak. You're doing good. You're not on a win streak, but you're not losing either, right? You're just kind of winning and losing, right? And that's good. And you get up to say like 120, 180, something like that. Hopefully 180. Leave the casino. If you don't, you have 120 stake. At that point, you go sit down at the Texas Hold'em table and you go all in. I'm serious about this. If you're going further, you go to the Texas Hold'em table with your $120 and you buy your chips and you go to a table that's full. And you put down your fucking $120 and you hope that all 10 of those motherfuckers see you and lose, and you don't know what the cards are. You don't look at the cards or they won't see you, right? You don't pick up the fucking Texas Hold'em cards. You don't touch them. I'm dead serious about this. You don't touch your cards. You don't go peeking. You don't think, oh my god, it's a $120 hand, I have to see. You don't show them. The dealer puts the cards on the table and I say, I'm not going to look. All in.
Autopilot jumping.
And they're like, really? Oh, you're playing risque. Gamblers love this. They love this. You would think they hate it too, but they're also like, they hate it too because they've got good hands maybe. But what you're looking for is 3 or 4 of those motherfuckers. It's only going to be 1, but what you want is 3 or 4 of those 10. There's only 11 people at a Texas Hold'em table, right? So there's 10 other players. You're hoping for 3 or 4 of those men. It's always men. Women won't do it. Women are not cowardly. They're much more intelligent about fucking percentages. They're much better at multitasking at what their chances are at winning. So be careful about gambling with women because they're not dumb. I know men love to say like to think that women are dumb. They're not. They're not goddamn. They're actually probably smarter than us. Honestly, we're much more myopic than women. They're so they're, like, anyways, beware female gamblers. They can be very, very good. So, and also gamers too. Like, don't so, and dealers. I don't like female dealers. I like them because they're cute, but I don't like female dealers because they're actually very good dealers. They're often usually extremely good dealers, and you don't want good dealers. You want bad dealers, right? So you're looking for the putz who's half drunk. Maybe he's got a drug addiction. He's hiding it from the fucking casino. He's not paying attention to you. He's paying attention to his fucking watch. You want a fucking just distracted bad dealer who doesn't like you and doesn't want to talk to you, right? That's a good thing. You don't want a hot, attractive female gambler who's trying to cut her teeth as a gambling scene person by learning how to deal blackjack or Texas Hold'em, right? You don't want a smart female dealer. You don't. Trust me, you want a dumb, drunk, distracted addict dealer if you can get it. And men are often like that. They are. So then, so hopefully you're sitting, finally, now you're at stage 4. Stage 1 is the the roulette. Stage 2 is the penny slots. Stage 3 is the three $5 bets at the blackjack table. If you're winning still, you're in God's country, and you should keep going, right? Because statistically 80% of the time you lose. So if you've gone 4 stages with your $60 and you're still up, you are on fire and statistically, and you should go further. You should, because you're on fire. You're just on a win streak or something like that, right? Anomalies, Grease's Den. What are we doing? Abyssal Artifact Recovery at Grease's Den. I am in... Torino's. That's Lola. Dock. Oh, no. I see. Oh, I see what's going
Docking
on. Okay.
request accepted.
So, okay, we're at a Moon Army. Okay, so she needs to dock up and...
Autopilot disabled.
No, I want you to... What are you
Waypoint
doing?
reached.
Jesus Christ. Oh, you were docking. I see. Okay. So, undock from this... No. I need to drag loot from this mining hold. I'm going to give this all to her. Trade. I'm going to give this all to her. And then I will refit my Mackinac for moon mining. Unfit. In the Mackinac is some... I don't know why, but my... Wait, does the depot... No. I have lost my mining lasers, and I must go get them. So I have to board my Corvette, search for my modulated strip miners, locations, personal modulated strip miners are back in Elonia, so we'll go back and do that journey. So we will kill this and minimize that, and great, I have a 14 jump journey because EVE Online is really bad about inventory. Great. Alright, so there we go. Cancel session. Are you sure? Nope. Oh. I mean, whatever. I'll just do it when I get back. It doesn't matter.
Autopilot
This
engaged.
constantly turns off my headphones. It's so annoying. There we go. So, so yeah, and so okay, hopefully if you're in God's country, flavor country, where you might be getting laid that night, you might be making some friends, you might be end up in a hotel room instead of your house or something, because you're in flavor country, you're in God's country, you're in stage 4, and you're looking at a $120 bet at the Texas Hold'em table, right? And I'm dead serious about everything I've said here. And you sit down, and this is why you want to gamble in Vegas and not some crappy place, you know? You want to be in Vegas, or at least like a casino that's busy on a Friday night. So the smaller the casino, the less likely you are to win. Just keep that in mind. So hopefully you're going to Vegas to gamble, or you live there or something, or you go to Black Hawk, Colorado, or whatever, you know, something like that. Reno, Nevada, whatever. Hopefully you have a good casino town like we do in Colorado, right? And you sit down at the Texas Hold'em table, and you don't do this right away. You walk through all the tables, and hopefully there's 4 or 5 full tables going, and about 11 that are kind of 1 or 2 people, 3 or 4 people, something like that, right? And there's maybe about 4 or 5 tables that are basically full or not, or close to full, or either full or close to full, right? And you're looking at those full tables, and you're looking around for cocky, dumb, drunk, jock-looking idiots, people that look like they're
Autopilot jumping.
They're set in life, like they've got too much money, or they're like, you know, they've been blessed with a job. You can tell they're blessed with a job. You scan these tables, and you look at the people sitting there, and you read them, because that's what Texas Hold'em is. I mean, if you don't know this about Texas Hold'em, don't play it. You know what I'm saying? Don't play Texas Hold'em. If you don't know, read the people, not the cards. Read the people. Texas Hold'em is not about the cards. Often you don't even need to show the cards. Let's straight up, you can be a successful $1 million winner Texas Hold'em player without ever showing your fucking cards to anyone. You know, you can. It would be very difficult. You'd have to be like Jesus or something, but you could do this. This is possible, you know? It's like possible but unlikely. But I mean, like, you don't have to show your cards to be a successful Texas Hold'em player. You have to be a good liar. So you're not looking at the fucking cards on the Texas Hold'em. You're probably like Donkey's gonna be looking at their chips. I don't give a fuck about their chips. That doesn't mean anything. They all have bank accounts. They can go get more money, right? Donkey's looking at their chips because he's a greedy, low IQ, you know, Xanax abusing piece of shit that plays donkey games and has no IQ and has no clue or how to do anything. Like the stream sniping piece of shit, right? And so it's a donkey. It's somebody who just fails and loses all the time and gets their loser gunk all over you and has to shove their loser shit in your face because they don't have a wake up call. They're too much of a loser to make the wake up call. So whatever. So it's donkey. It's the born loser, right? And donkey's scanning the tables and he's looking at the chip stacks. Right? And that's what you're probably going to do if you're a bad to adequate gambler. If you're about to lay down a $120 fucking bet, you're thinking about how many chips are on the table, right? Because you're like, oh, if anybody sees my $120 bet, I need to know if they have enough money to do so. So Donkey's looking at the chips, but I'm looking at the fucking people, right? I'm looking at the people, and I'm looking for dumb people like him. Dumb, cocky motherfuckers who think they know better, that they need to shove their fucking business in someone else's face or make someone else feel bad or yell or break things or act like or attack you or be on attack culture. Dumb on Xanax or yum and dumb and full of cum and cocky, and they believe deep down in their fucking delusional, fucking grandiose, fucking, you know, naive hearts that they're better than you somehow, even when all humans are like pretty much equal. We're like pretty much equal, unless you're quadriplegic or something like that. We're all pretty much equal. A really dumb person can absolutely defeat you at a whole different bunch of stages or battles in life. It's just how it works. It's kind of random, really. And so you're scanning tables looking for people like this, like the donkey. You're looking for dumbards who kind of look like they're looking kind of slack-jawed and Xanaxed out, and they're talking to each other. Maybe they got a dumbass hat tilted to the side or something like this, right? I'm dead serious. They wear the dumb on their fucking sleeve. I swear to God, they do. You can spot a rube from a fucking mile away. This is how I stayed alive on the streets. This is how I stayed alive as a kingpin. You can spot a rube a mile away. They think they know better than you. They think they're better than you right off the bat. When they're basing that on nothing, they have no knowledge about you at all. And even when they do have knowledge about you, they still think they're better than you for some fucking reason that's not based in reality. You know? And it's funny, you can just spot the donkey. You can just spot the donkey. And so you want to sit down at the table with the most cocksure, young, idiot, cocky, you know, think like Han Solo. You can tell their favorite hero is Han Solo or Tips Fedora, something like that, right? And they're dumb, they're jockey, they have too much money, they're down there to get laid and drunk, but really they're actually addicted to gambling and they're bad at gambling and they're trying to hide it, right? And that's what you're looking for. So you sit down at that table full of douchebags like him who think they're better than you because they spend all their time gambling. But see, you're actually just more intelligent than them in general. So you play the percentages, you go in stages, you learn all this by doing it in very small increment amounts. You don't go slapping down $20 to figure out how to play blackjack. You go slapping down 10 cents if you can. You do it at a VLT if you have to, right? And then a few months later, you're ready to do it. You sit down at the goddamn Texas Hold'em table with your $120. And you're like, how you doing, guys? How you doing, guys? And you sit down and you fold the first hand. And even if it's an ace king, even if it's the bullets, you fold the first hand. You don't play that hand. You don't. Even if it's bullets, because if you play the first hand, you have given them a tell. You know that they know that you are aggressive and you've come to that table to either all in or take their money, right? You can't do this. So you should fold a couple of hands and look like you're somebody who believes that they can win. But you don't know if you can win. Honestly, you never know if you can win. So never believe that you can. You don't know if you can win, so don't believe that you can. Just assume that you won't, right? You'll be safe. You'll be a safe gambler, right? So what you're thinking about is the bet that you're going to make. You're not thinking about the hands that you're getting, even if it's ace king. You're not thinking about the fucking chips on the table. You're not thinking about how hot the girl is or how hot the dealer is or how dumb douchebaggy Xanax 15-year-old CSGO skin idiot, fucking piece of shit, press W, moron, ruining every game, and king shitter, turning everything that he touches into shit like this idiot, right? And you don't, and you sit down at the table full of people like that, right? You go 3-4 hands, you fold, maybe you check a couple of more hands, but you don't even have to do that. You could probably play by the third or fourth one, right? And then you don't look at the hand. You say, I'm going all in. I've decided I'm going all in. I've just got the random fucking thing to go all in, but you knew you were going to do it, right? You lie to him, and you got to get good at this too. You lie to him. I'm going all in. I've decided I'm crazy. I don't know. I'm feeling it. I think I like this hand. I haven't looked at it as you've seen, right?
Autopilot jumping.
Right? And this is how good gamblers play. You're the donkey, including in the video games too. This is how good gamblers play, right? So the 4 dumb douchebags like this idiot, right, who shouldn't be there because they're addicted to gambling, right? They see the all in and they see the $120 and they see that you haven't looked at the hand, and they're like, he's not bluffing. Yeah. They know you're not bluffing. You haven't looked at the hand. And they know that you're not up to anything. They know that they could get $120 here. This is going to shock the table. And this is how real men play, too. This is going to shock the table. They're like, what the fuck? You just went in for $120, right? So they fold. It sucks, but they fold. If you're on fire and if you got enough charisma, maybe you got a girl on your fucking arm, maybe you're looking like hot shit, maybe you're looking like Drake or something, maybe you're famous or something, maybe they see you, right? Maybe they see you, but if you're just average dude like me, they fold. So you get the next hand, you say 120, all in.
Approaching
and they're like,
Stargate.
okay, fuck you. And right then and there, you're either going to get some takers, hopefully 3 or 4, probably second, third hand that you go all in on. Sooner or later, you're going to get some takers. They're stupid. They're so stupid. They're low IQ pieces of shit like this. You can walk fucking circles around them. They have pursued a gambling career or a video game career for 5-10 years, something like that. They were 4 or 5-10 years, something like that, and they think they're good, but they don't have no concept of what the game even is. You know, they don't know what it is. They think they're so good. They think they're so much better than you all the time. That's how you can spot them. They're actually bad. They're actually verifiably bad. I call them on all the fucking time. The cockiness is so stupid. You don't have the knowledge or anything like this. You don't have the experience or the women or the people or the fucking, you know, or the 50 to, you know, or the all wins or winning like 75 fucking like poker tournaments or something like that. You just don't have the clout. You don't have it. You don't have the experience. Right? It's not the clout. It's the experience, right? You don't have the experience, right? You don't have the experience to sit down at that table and get them to see you. But I mean, therein lies the rub, right? You're either forcing them to leave the table, which makes you an asshole, right? They're going to leave the table. If you go all in over and over and over again on a $120 bet, you're either going to get 3 or 4 takers immediately because they're dumb douchebags, right? And they're like, oh, this dumb douchebag who I know, I automatically think that I'm better than, just sat down and went all in for 120. It's a dumb douchebag. I'm automatically better than him. Remember? I'm the donkey, like him in the Stream Sniper. I'm the donkey. I'm automatically better than them somehow. So, and I'm playing for this, so you can see them coming a mile away. They're just low IQ pieces of shit. You got to drill it into their brain before they understand, right? They just don't have the game. They don't have the brain, you know. And it sucks. It sucks. Some men need that lesson. They do. I do it all the time. I crack them all the time in chess and all types of shit like this. Like I do. I crack them all the time. I do it in Hearthstone. I'll crack them. They think they're better than you. Nope. Trust me, all I know is that I don't know. I don't know if I'm better. I don't know if I'm worse. All I know is that I don't know. Any dumb douchebag idiot like this, right? Like you see them coming and you can tell they're cocky and they believe they can win because they've never ever put a thought into anything they've ever done ever. They've lived off of like intuition or something like that all of their lives, and they believe because the movies told them that if they just believe they're gonna win, they're gonna win, right? But no, it's 80% of the time you lose if you step in a casino. It's actually like that. So you can really farm these people. You can farm them. It's like Rust or something like that, right? You're looking for the cocky motherfuckers who don't like a fat or tall or junky looking or loser looking dude. They don't like that when some loser looking dude who isn't dressed up like a douchebag like them with dumb jockey clothes and dumb jockey cell phones and dumb jockey fucking Xanax and dumb jockey bullshit and all this other fucking stupid hood bullshit that they think's cool, but it's just rough rather than tough, you know? And so, yeah, and you just and you get into a cock measuring contest with like 10 people on 11-person Texas Hold'em table. The dealer almost never takes it, so it's actually usually like 9 people, right? The dealer never takes it for some reason. I don't know why, but the dealer will never take the bet. The dealer knows better, I think. The dealer knows better, and sometimes the players are dealers. You know, if it's a home game, sometimes the player's the dealer, right? So, but in the casino, the dealer never plays. So, you know, it's like, so there might be 10 people sitting there with you. You're the 11th one, right? So hopefully you got 4 cocky idiots. 4 of them, right? Hopefully, jackpot's 4 of them, right? Hopefully you got 4 cocky idiots, something like that. And you might have only $120, but if you were on fire at the blackjack table, you might be up at 1,000 or something like that, right? You might be up to 1,000, right? So then you bank your 60 that you originally walked with, and herein lies the secret, right? That other 940 is just a stake towards something bigger. It's not $940 anymore. If you banked your other 60 and you somehow won $1,000 at the blackjack table playing 3 $5 bets across 3 on a single table with a dealer who's just, you know, getting their hourly and doesn't care, you know, etc. And you're up, right? You go from $120 to hopefully 240, something like that, and you go all in for 120 to 240. But if you're on fire at the blackjack table, you're going to be on fire at the Texas Hold'em table too. So hopefully you've got $1,000 from the blackjack table. You don't, because that happens every 1 in 60 visits or something like that. I'm dead serious. It's rigged against you. You can't make it happen every day. And every fucking idiot gambler I ever met believes somehow that they could get it to happen. No, it's 80% loss all the time. It's what you do with the other 20% and how you bet when you get that 20 that makes a truly excellent gambler, right? And so then you go to the fucking Texas Hold'em table, you get the four out of the 10, 6 of them are gonna bail because they're just there to play $5 and $10 bets on a Texas Hold'em hand and maybe catch it and beat everybody for $40 or something like that. You're playing bigger. You want to challenge some dudes there. You come and you act all autistic, like say Dustin Hoffman and Rayman or whatever, and you're like kind of like, how you guys doing? You know, and you're kind of weird, you know, and you're not looking at your hands much, and they're like, what's up with you, bro? And you're acting weird, right? And you're like, I don't know, I'm just playing poker. How you doing? You want that weird, sort of weirded out reaction from them? You do. You want it. You want them to be off kilter and a little bit off put by you. They're like, why are you so weird? You sat down at our table without him. I mean, it's a table you can sit at, but you sat down at the table, you folded 4 hands, and now you're checking. You're acting weird, and plus your mannerisms are kind of cocky, and you're like looking at everybody instead of the hand, and you're not looking at the chips. You're looking at the people and trying to read them, and they can sense that you're actually a gambler, and that's how you're going to get them to take the bait. If you have to convince them that you're an actual gambler, and then to do that, you must read the people, not the hands or the chips or the dealer, right? You have to read the people. So they're seeing you look them in the eyes, and you're like sizing them up, like you're going to be a contender with them. They're gamblers. They like this. They know that they can maybe take your money now, right? They like this, right? But then you start going all in for 120, 240, 1,000. And sure, you might exit the table. All 10 of them, they're going to be like, in the first hand, they're going to fold. Probably, they're going to all fold. But what you really want is they're like, okay, I think I can beat him with my ace-king, right? What you're looking for, because they're going to look at their hands, and they're going to see your $120 bet, or your $240 bet, or your $1,000 bet, right? Because it's going to be one of those 3 things. It's something like that usually, right? And they're like looking at their hands, and they see this ace-king. And you've gone all in on the after the flop, not on the turn. You let the flop hit and you check, and if they call and you call the blind and you stay in, but you wait for the flop and you see what the flop is. But that is immaterial to. Well, it's not immaterial to you, but it's immaterial to you right now. What you're trying to do is get the fish to take the bait, right? So you go all in. You're like all in, and you don't wait for them either. You just say all in. And they're like, what? You didn't even look at your fucking hand. No, I didn't. And this is the bait. And humans will do this. They will always do it. Humans are greedy and stupid, and they fucking believe that they're better than you for whatever delusional fucking reason. Even when they're like half your age or something like that, and they have half the world experience or whatever, they're just stupid. They're like low IQ, and they've been blinded by dumb television. They don't read. They don't better their minds. They don't go pursue anything to make themselves a better person. They just believe they're gonna win. God told them so or something. Usually it's God told them so, I think. Whatever. But no, you lose 80% of the time in the casino, and you must act act accordingly, right? So they see it, and they see the $120 bet, they see the 240. If it's a $1,000 bet, they bail. So you probably shouldn't slap down $1,000 worth of chips. You should probably confine your chip stack to 240 or 120, even if you have $1,000, and stick the other 720 in the fucking bank for now. What you're trying to do is cock tease cock bait donkeys, and sooner or later you're going to get at least one, if not four. Now, you might have to go through several tables, and they're going to cuss you as they walk away from the fucking table. You understand? They're like, you fucking douchebag, I'm never going to sit down at a fucking table with you again, right? But they mean this. They don't ever want to sit down at the table with you again, but there's 7 billion people on the planet. Who the fuck cares about them? It's Vegas. I don't care about them. I'm there to make the money, right? To actually win and slaughter some idiots, right? I actually win tournaments, you know, doing this stuff. I absolutely do. So then, you know, and on the first hand, preferably, you just slap down the $120. You just go all in on the first hand. If you're seeing donkeys who are gonna see you, you just go all in on the first hand without even looking at the fucking cards. You're like, hey guys, note that I didn't look at my cards. You announce it to them. Note that I didn't touch my cards, right? You tell them. Make sure that they fucking observe it, because there might be donkeys there that aren't looking. You say to the table, hey guys, did you notice that I didn't look at my cards? And you say it like that too. You say it like a fucking idiot with a big smile on your face. Hey guys, did you see that I didn't look at my cards? And they're like, yeah, we did see that. Yeah. And this is the response that you want, right? That confusion. They're like, what is going on? That shock moment, right? And you want this because it's like the magician's trick. You know, it's like the Prestige. You want them thinking about the shock value, not their hands, not the percentages, not anything. You want to blind them with science, right? You just want to slap that down. 120. Hey, did you notice I didn't look at my hand? And then I won so many tournaments doing this, right? And they're like, okay, all in on the first hand, huh? Preferably it's a Texas Hold'em tournament, right? The best place to go is a Texas Hold'em tournament, and you want to be in on the first game, the first table, on the first hand. You go in with your whole fucking stake, right? That's the only time you're going to see 4 people taking your bet. Is if you're on the first hand of the first table of a tournament, right? That's the only time you're gonna get 4 to 6 people seeing your all-in bet. You will never get those kind of numbers, right? And so you let the flop, you check, they all check, or they bet, or they go all in. Sometimes they go all in and it beats you to it, so you just fold until you get your chance to, right? But you just see, you know, but hopefully you go all in on the first hand of the first tournament table, and maybe there's not a tournament that day, so you can still sit down at a random table and do this, right? You're looking for one taker is what's required to succeed, but what you're really looking for is 4 to 10 takers. And you'd be surprised how often humans like this round table stuff, where they're like, oh, we're all going all in now, are we? Oh, I'm not a pussy. You know, it's that peer pressure stuff. We're all going all in now, are we? Are we crazy? And everybody in the table's like, yeah, I think we are. And you're going to get sometimes, I've seen tourney tables do this. I've seen them be like, are we all doing this? And everybody on the table's like, yes. And they all toss their chips in and they flop for all in, and one person gets to go on in the tourney, the other 10 don't. Which is what happens anyways, right? One person leaves in that group of 11 people, and so, you know, so some of them might actually be inclined to see you. Now, if you're at a normal money table in Atlantic City or Vegas or Reno, right, you will probably get folds. If it's not a tournament, you'll get folds. If it's a tournament with $100 buy-in and you're just throwing the $120, preferably you want a tournament, right? I should have said that part. I just assumed that you guys knew, but you actually need a tournament. You want a tournament for this. And there's plenty of Texas Hold'em tournaments all over Vegas, Reno, you know, Atlantic City and stuff. That happens all the time. Come Friday, 4 p.m., we'll give you free drinks and buy in for $100 and see if you can win the tournament, right? That shit happens all the time. And then the casino loves it because they get 80, whatever it is, 78% of every $100 buy-in or something, so they love that shit. You would think the casino wouldn't want it, but they do. So So hopefully you're an attorney, but you probably aren't because the timing is almost never right? So you're down at a normal table with 10 people. You got 4 putz donkeys like this idiot or the stream sniper. And you got 6 people who are actually competent who don't tell you inside of the first 5 seconds how much better they are than you based off of nothing, right? This is a behavior in humans that you should recognize in really, truly low IQ people. If you want to mark stupid, look for confidence that isn't actually based on anything. Now, smart people will show you confidence based on something that they're going to tell you exactly what they're confident about. Stupid people just act confident for no reason. And it is the mark of a stupid person. They act confident for no reason. They think they're going to win that hand somehow because God told them so or something. It's like really weird. It was stupid. But one way you can mark it is they are 110% convinced. They have self-convicted themselves off of no basis in reality. You're just the same as them. You've got the same money, same life, sitting down at the same table with the same cars and the same money and stuff. They just assume somehow. And these are the people that you're looking for. Because I slaughter them all the time. Slaughter the cocksure fucking douchebags who think they're better than you based off of nothing. I'm looking for that. I eat people like that all day. I look for that and I slaughter it. It's hilarious because they're actually low IQ people who are using their testosterone and their bravado and shit to compensate low IQ. That's why I always say dumb jock douchebag shit like that. Like this kid, he strikes me as a dumb jock hip hop like druggy kid. And I'm sorry, but I eat people like that for breakfast. They'll take the bet. This donkey will take that bet. You're looking for donkeys like this at that table. He'll take the bet. He'll be like, all in. Oh man, I never get to go all in. Oh man, people don't all in unless it's like heads up or whatever, right? Like that's what he's gonna say to his friend. He's gonna because he's like, man, nobody ever all ins unless it's a fucking tournament or a fucking heads up. But I mean, no. Early and often you go all in and you want takers, right? And you want to be exited fast. You don't like your goal is you've been there 3-4 hours. You wanted the at the roulette, you wanted the slots, you wanted the blackjack, and you're somehow at the Texas Hold'em table with between $120 to $240 to $1,000, and you're in God's country, it's flavor country. You're on a streak and you're winning, right? If anything doesn't go like that, leave the casino. If any point of that plan fails, leave the casino. You are done, right? And that's how you stay a good gambler, not an adequate gambler, a good gambler, somebody who leaves with the same 60 that they came with, right? You read the signals that the casino and the synchronicities shows you, and if you're winning, you're up, then follow that energy. If you're not, then don't leave, right? And gamblers don't leave. That's their main problem. They can't handle the idea of leaving. But honestly, I am very happy with the idea of leaving. It means that I get to leave with my money. That's how you should look at it. I'm happy to leave that casino with my money, So you sit down at this fucking hopefully tournament, but the timing's probably wrong. You're probably sitting down at a normal table, and you're going to scare them for a while. You're going to, maybe the first hand, but probably second or third hand, you're going all in, right? Let them think that you're actually playing by folding a couple of hands, checking and then folding. Don't ever put any money into it. Just check, fold, and if they raise it, just fold. It doesn't even matter if the hands are good because you're not there to win that hand, right? Remember, this is gambling behavior, right? You're thinking, oh, I've got ace king and there's a king showing on the flop. And you're like, oh man, I'm check folding before I go all in though, right? The donkey is going to be like, I have an ace king and a king showing. I better play this hand. The winner is like, oh, I'm going all in a hand anyways. It doesn't matter if I have more money when I go all in. They're less likely to see it, right? Because it's all about like presenting them the bait. Like men are like fish. They'll just take the fucking bait. They don't think first. It's so goddamn stupid. I spend most of my life thinking first before I take the bait. You know what I'm saying? But men, nah, they're just like, especially males, they'll just take that bait like a big old fucking 50-pound bass. They'll just take it and run. They don't think about it. They'll just do it. So what you're trying to do is put that bait in the water by going all in. They see $120 in chips on that table, and they see their hand, which is like a 10 and a jack, or like a 10 and a king, or like a 9-9 or something like that, right? They're like, I've got a couple, but this guy hasn't looked at his hand, and I see his 120, and I can see my hand. He can't see his, right? And this is the bait. This is the dumb donkey. He's like, oh my god, I could take 120 off this idiot. He hasn't even looked at his hand, and I know I've got king jack. And it's the flop when he went all in, so I'm looking at the king jack on the flop, right? And I've got 2 pair, right? But no, And the guy looks at his 10 king and he sees a king and a 9 and a 4 on the flop, and he's like, I've got the cowboys, and this idiot went all in, and I've got to make my choice now, but I've got the kings, right? And therein lies the rub, right? And so one guy, it's his turn. One of these people goes down the table. You're going to get fold, 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 and then you're going to get a taker, right? Because he deliberates about it for like 45 seconds, and he's like, oh no, I really want that $120 in 5 seconds, and I have high kings, but I've only got high kings. Or even hopefully you're hoping that they have 2-pair, because you slaughter 2-pair. If you're hoping for 2-pair, hopefully he's got a king 9 and king 9 hits the flop, but 2-pair sucks dick, right? And so then he takes it. When he takes it and goes all in, he's like, all right, shove. And he shoves all in, right? Now, he might have more money than you, but that doesn't matter. He's seeing your 120 and he says all in, or he just says, I see you for your 120, right? One or the other. He probably sees you for 120, but he also might go all in, which is even better. And you want him to entice the other people on the fucking table to go all in, right? And because they won't. When they see that you're going all in and you haven't even played a hand yet, they're gonna see danger, and they're gonna be like, no, I'm not playing it. This guy's probably really good, and he's trying to bully the table already on the first hand, and he's obviously a really good fucking gambler. He wouldn't have the balls to shove 120 on the first hand, or $100 on the first hand or whatever, right? And so most smart people on the table are gonna bail. They're gonna, even if they have good hands, they're gonna bail. They don't like shocking behavior like that, right? You're looking for the dumb jockey donkey who somehow self-deludedly believes that he can win 80% of the time as opposed to lose 80% of the time, which is how stupid these people are, you know? And he sees you. Once he sees you, once he calls all in and he shoves, that behavior is addictive. It's addictive. It's like when you jump off a bridge with your friends or something, you all want to do it. First guy goes and you're like, oh man, I'm going, fuck it. It's a lot easier now that they went. You just jump, you're the third or fourth in line and you're like, fuck, all right, I'm jumping off the bridge. You ever jumped off a bridge? You're like, and you're third in line, you're like, oh God, I don't want to do this, but oh God, there 2 guys already went, I'm third, I'm going, right? It's the lemmings thing. One guy goes all in, the next guy goes all in to see him after 3 folds, 2 more folds, and then there's 3 people left at the end of the table who are like, I have more than $120. I made that yesterday at work. I really want to take this idiot who bullied us on the first hand for $120, and I don't like this other douchebag who went in to see him, and I have the feeling one of these other 2 guys is going to see the all-in as well, and I could win $400, right? And the same thing that you're hoping for is what the bait is, right, for them. They're hoping for that same $100 win, except and then when they see at least $200 on the table, they're like, oh, well, maybe I better see it, and I've got a jack 9, and all I see on the flop is a 9, but maybe I catch my trip 9s, right? And so they see it, and they see the 120, and they're like, fuck it, I can just go get more money, or I can just go leave, or I can go get a drink, or my girlfriend's calling me or something, right? They'll see you. And sure enough, if you're lucky enough, you have a 1 in 4 chance, something like 1 in 2, 1 in 3, 1 in 4, maybe 1 in 5. If you're really, really, really charismatic and crazy, you might get the whole table. I've done that twice, right? If you're really charismatic and crazy and you sit down and you're like, I got the dog balls or whatever on the table. I got the biggest balls on the motherfucking table. I'll prove it, bitches. I'm not touching I'm sitting down at this table. I'm not touching the cards. I'm going all in. Don't warn them, but I mean, that's the vibe. That's the play. That's the play. And so then they see you, right? Now, 1 in 4 times you win, right? So, you know, because it's 4 people, right? And they've seen their cards. They have it doesn't matter what their cards are. They've seen their cards. They've seen the flop, right? But you might win. You have like a 1 in 4 chance, right? So boom, you have a 25. Notice how percentages came up really a lot here. You have a 1 in 4% chance. I mean, your cards might suck. They might be 7 deuce, the worst hand in Texas Hold'em, but it doesn't matter. Maybe 2 7s fall for the flop in the or for the turn in the river. Sorry, for the turn in the river. Maybe 2 7s fall, right? You'd be surprised how often I actually did get it. It's a 1 in 4 chance, something like that. But you kicked all the smart people off the table. The dumb douchebag like idiots who believe to believe that they're God's gift to humanity or something, and they're just better than you for whatever it's in their deluded brains or whatever they're basing that off on. And you're looking for that cocksure, and you take it, right? And you take it, and then you've got what I would say is a 25% chance, which is not good odds, but the payout is huge. It's $400 in a single second, right? You have like a 1 in 4 chance of doing it, and they want to take it because they really want to know what your hand is. They're like, oh my God, is it an ace king? I don't know. And so and you have that 1 in 4 chance, right? And so either they fold and you go again, and you go all in again until you get a taker, right? You just go all in every hand, and what you don't want is you want to be nice with them. You want to be weird, and you want to be nice, and you don't want to scare anybody. And you act happy, and they realize that you're a shark, but you're not sniffing for blood in the water. You look like a crazy shark, not an angry or hungry shark. You look like a crazy shark, which is kind of confusing to them, you know? And so you're like, come on down to Wild Eddie's. I haven't seen my hand. Take my all in. And they're like, okay, I will come down to Crazy Eddie's, take my all in. I haven't seen my hand, you know? And you see probably one, but if you're really lucky, you see like 3 others, right? And you win somehow by God's grace. And that's how you know you are an amazing gambler. Is God or the universe is like, well, you played perfectly, you got through stage 1, you didn't get greedy, you played every hand perfectly, you won I liked you and I gave you the God or numbers or RNG or Bob or whatever the fuck that you believe in, like happens and it all happens, right? And so and at that point, if you have won if you have won the initial roulette, you won the penny slots, you won the blackjack, which is like 1 in every 60 visits or something. You sit down at the Texas Hold'em table, you get 4 cocksure donkeys to take your bet, and on the river, right? You catch you have a 7 deuce that you haven't seen yet. You haven't seen your hand. It's probably a bad hand, honestly. If you're going all in, it's probably a bad hand. That's how God works, right? But your bad hand catches the 7-7 on the turn in the river. And you catch the trip 7s, and Mr. Douchebag 2-pair doesn't win. You do. You caught your trip 7s on a 7 deuce, and 2 7s fall at the end for whatever reason. And in my experience, if you've gone that far, and I've done this before, if you've gone that far and you played so well, so perfectly, I swear the God or whatever you believe in, Allah or whatever your choice of flavor is, energy or whatever, the Force or whatever, if the Force sees that you played perfectly through 5 stages of 5 hours of gambling, and you're there to win, and you played well, and you didn't diss anybody, and you didn't talk shit or lie to them or bluff or any of that stuff. You just honestly went all in. You'd be surprised how often the universe scans that energy, decides that you have like a 50% chance of winning because you didn't treat anybody badly. You put the energy out to the universe. You play perfectly, which is something that I think God respects, believe it or not. I think God, universe, and the energy respect playing perfectly. I think they do. Like perfectly being statistically the best you can play blackjack every single hand, right? And that's the rub. You have to do it enough to be able to play perfectly on a trainer, right? But if God sees that you got good at the trainer and you came a bunch of times and you didn't get through stage 1 the first 4 times, but then you did get to stage 2, and then a couple more times you got to stage 3, but then you got stuck stage 1 for a while, and you don't ever get to the Texas Hold'em table at the end, right? And actually play other gamblers as opposed to the dealer, right? It's almost like PvP. It's like Rust PvP. You don't want to fight PvE things like bears. You want to fight other players for everything that they have, right? You don't want to fight a dealer at a blackjack table. You want to fight a stupid person who's too cocky to understand that you're taking like half the table's money with a single hand, right? They just believe that God told them they're going to win or something. This is a really reoccurring behavior that happens all the time. Gamblers believe that God is going to like protect them or something. It's this dumb fallacy when you can read the house odds when you step in the casino. God wrote the odds on the piece of paper when you walk in the fucking casino, dude. It's 78% odds for the house. You know what I'm saying? God wrote the statistics when you walked in the casino. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. I don't mean to talk about God. I'm just talking about like the creator or energy or whatever made gambling in the first place. Dictated how it was going to go when they created gambling, right? So Yeah. So if you finally get to stage 5 and you went in with $60 and you're sitting at the table with between $120 and $240 and $1,000 and you're like somewhere between $240 and $1,000 depending on how much you won at the black table, you just throw it down on that hand and you pray, right? And that's how an amazing gambler turns $60 over a bunch of visits to the casino. Notice that it takes time, learning, effort, charisma, all of it, right? That's how an amazing gambler, not a good gambler or an adequate gambler or a bad gambler, that is how an amazing gambler consistently turns $60 into... What's 4 times 240? That's $1,000. What's 4? Let's say you get between 1 and 4 takers on the all-in, right? Let's say it's 1v1, right? So you slap down 120, you're instantly up double your money, 240. You leave the casino, you bank 60, come back again the next day. You walk with your 160, you're done there, right? And a good gambling session should last about 5 hours. It should have 5 stages. There's only a few certain games that you should play. All the rest of them are there for entertainment and old people who wish to be there all day instead of in the old folks home. Get free drinks at the casino or sit at the old folks home while the other old folks the other old folks fart, right? No, I'm not gonna sit when I'm old. When I'm 95, I'm going to the casino. Fuck, and I don't care if I play penny slots. I don't give a fuck. You know, off my 700. You know, or what do I make right now? It's like it's $7,000 a year, right? So yeah, I'll just take my pension and I'll go, or whatever you call it, like your retirement or whatever, or your social security. Excuse me. I'll take my social security and I'll just go on down to the casino, rather than sit at the old folks home, and I'll just play blackjack or on the VLTs until I die. I expect I will die the way I lived, playing games, you know, probably in a casino, due to too much heart pressure due to drinking too much or something, right? I figure I'll probably die the way that I lived, probably up in a casino, you know, or in front of a television playing video games.
Oh my god, I had $600 a minute ago.
Yeah, but you're playing the donkey game and you're betting $200 on donkey game, and a fool and his money are soon parted, idiot.
Now it wants to sit there and...
You know what I could do with $600? I could probably save the world. I don't have $600, but if I had it, I could probably save the world. I could probably set steps in motion to save the world. But no, this donkey's got to throw it away on Counter-Strike skins and sucking dick all day. Fucking donkey.
And take everything. Thank you so much. Oh my god! Oh my god!
And honestly, the only time I would ever use this language donkey is for bad gamblers. That's what I think the word actually means. I think for gamers it means like bad. For me it means bad gambler because only a jackass would slap down $200 on this donkey game, you know? Only a jackass would do that. A donkey.
Dude, oh my god! Wow!
His audience isn't the only target of this behavior either.
Rad Dad, shut down.
$1,000! I swear to God! I don't want to hear it! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
You need to shut the fuck up.
You're a fucking butt shit!
You're a butt shit?
Holy yo, shut the fuck up, dude! Hey! Shut the fuck
I could not.
up.
I had a friend who was exactly like this, and I couldn't stand him. I couldn't go in his house. He was constantly screaming at the top of his lungs like this. That's just one of the reasons why I do it. And I'm bad, but understand, like most of the time I'm not like this. He's like this all the time.
30 years old and lives with his parents. While he's
I mean, I don't live with my parents, and I own my own home, and I pay rent. Am I the same thing as that? I don't think so. I own this home that I'm living in with a 100-inch television screen and a fucking $3,000 computer, and I can walk out on my property and play with my dogs and shoot guns and stuff on the land that I will inherit. And I don't know if that's the same thing as living with your fucking parents. Last time I lived with mommy, I was 23 years old. I'm 40 odd something now. Been 17 years since I've lived in the same house as my mother because she can't handle me screaming at video games all the time, just like him. And so no, I don't live with my parents. No.
certainly could put together enough.
And if I want to, I can bump the volume to 30, and I can blast Slayer at the fucking top of my lungs and scream with a megaphone, and no one would ever hear me, right? Well, they'll hear me, but no one would ever do anything because we live out in the country. It doesn't matter. I don't have neighbors, or I have neighbors, but I have a lot of neighbors, but they're all about a half block away, something like that. Yeah. They're all about a half block in the direction around my house. It's kind of cool. So I can just blast fucking music all super loud. I do not live with mommy like this, you know, and I'm very proud that I don't. I never would have. I mean, past 22, I wouldn't have done it. I understand very, very, very much so that I am not compatible with my parents, you know. I love them, and I can get along with them for 8-hour periods, but beyond 8 hours, nope, we will be at each other's throats, making death threats and stuff. Trust me, I'm not compatible with my parents. I do not have a lifestyle like them. I don't live in the same house, haven't since I was 22, and I mean, and the only reason I was there when I was 22 is because I attempted suicide, I'm sorry, no, it was before that, I'm sorry. Well, I attempted suicide as I left her house, right? But the only reason I was at her house is it was a split house with 2 separate entrances, and she rented it to me for $800 a month. And she couldn't tell me what to do. She couldn't tell me to be quiet. She couldn't tell me what my guests were. You know, she didn't come down there and clean anything. It was my property. I haven't actually lived with my mother, like, in terms of like she made me a meal or brought me something, or I mean, she'll cook meals here, I guess, you know. But I'm talking about like mommy brings me my mac and cheese to my dwelling basement and stuff while I play video games. The last time it was like that for me, I was 15 years old. I left the house at 16. And I think one of the things I think some of the detractors might want to say about me is I'm like this, but I'm not. I have many accolades, and I've got albums and books and poetry, lots of friends. I've owned many vehicles. I own a home now. I'm not this like illegitimate, like I like thinking that I'm not an illegitimate basement dwelling. Like I was never that. I couldn't stand my mother past the age of 16. I love my mother, but we can't stand each other. It's frankly honest. Like I think she would say the exact same thing. We deeply, deeply love each other, and we are friends, and we are like such deep friends and stuff, but we do not like each other. She never did drugs. She never played video games. She never fucked around. She doesn't like technology very much. She's extremely snobby, sort of classy woman. And I'm like the dumpster diving, heroin smoking, meth smoking piece of shit, you know, third estate fucking, or what is it? Third estate, or yeah, like whatever, like poor quarter, you know, Little Wayne type. And she's Professor McGonagall, and I'm Voldemort.
Wants to have a pretty nice place.
And we don't get along too well. You know, good Professor McGonagalls don't get along with Voldemorts, you know? So we don't get along too well, you know? But we're never at each other's throats because we're friends and we love each other. We get along great. You know, we actually get along great. But being in my mother's house is something that I do very briefly for half an hour. It is not something I have ever done past the age of 16.
He often brags on stream about
I have blown $300,000. How much money have you made in your life? I have blown $300,000 in rent, and I have the rental certificates and for my taxes too. I got them all in a bundle, and I added them up one day, and I was like, oh my god. My rent my rent receipts equal like $300,000. There's like $301,000 fucking slots in there. It wasn't 300. It was 7 years at $1,000. Yeah, a month. I don't even want to think about it. It's going to make me depressed. It's 500 grand or something like that. It was like, it is. I've seen it. It's a big old pack that my mom did for my taxes and stuff. It's goddamn, it's like 140 fucking rent slips. All the rent slips I ever got when I paid between $800 and $1,200 for a 1-bedroom in Denver, or even $275 or $400 or whatever. I got this huge stack of rent receipts because I kept every rent receipt I ever paid because I was very paranoid that some landlord might claim that I never paid them or something. You know, for some reason I got a paranoia about landlords claiming that I didn't pay them. It's never happened, but I got a paranoia about it. So I keep my rent receipts. And yeah, I have spent between $300,000 and $500,000 in rent in my lifetime. I didn't live with mommy. Would you like to see the fucking rental receipts? I mean, I don't want to pull them out. They'll depress me.
Doesn't pay rent and gets free food, as if it was a merit that he was still mooching off of his family as an adult, which...
The last time I played video games in my mother's house, I was 16. Video games are not allowed in my mother's house.
contributes to the negative feedback loop of his audience's hate watch.
Like, there was this point where she just switched to Words with Friends, and she just stopped playing video games and doesn't want them around her, and believes that it's a tool of the devil, basically, that is causing all the young men to become Kikimora. She's not wrong.
Watching. Austin's parents are definitely on the older side, as we can tell from their few appearances on stream.
Mom, I know it's really messy. I get it. I know. Please don't start cleaning up. Just look at the chat. I know. Now, this is my mother. Say hi to everybody. Everybody say hi to my mom.
Hi.
It's gonna go really fast, though. It's gonna go really fast. But I want. No, stop! What the f are you doing? Why would you read that out loud?
Not only does he live in their house rent-free, eat their food, and destroy his bedroom for no reason other than his self-inflicted gambling losses, he treats them like shit. Honestly, the average...
I had a friend who treated his father so fucking badly. He used to pay us in speed to go run up the stairs at 4:15 in the fucking morning and bash on the fucking door with a hammer and wake up his dad. And then we run. All 20 of us, like everybody scatters, and a big old 280-pound bear with a lot of fur all over him comes out, screaming at the top of his lungs in Centennial, Colorado at 4:15 in the fucking morning. Shut the fuck up, you stupid teenage fucking drug addict fucking shitheads. It's 4:15 in the fucking morning, I'm gonna kill you. Don't, down the stairs and everything. And there's like people running for cover and like women going for the garage and, you know, and like dudes crawling under beds and stuff. And then Jeff just gets his ass reamed by his dad for 3 fucking hours while we sit there like hiding and like cringing and stuff. Oh my God. My friend Jeff was so bad to his father. I one day, I'm sure he's dead now. I'm sure that guy's dead now. I'm sure of it. He was 350 pounds when he was like, 50. I don't know what he would have been now. But poor Jeff's dad, man. Like that, Jeff was this guy I used to hang out with one of my high school friends and stuff out in Centennial, because I'm from Denver. So we used to go out to Centennial, and I love Jeff. Jeff was a right winger who was very racist, actually, but he was a good guy, despite that shit. I don't think he did those things to hurt people of ethnicity. I think he was just taught them by his parents, and I don't think he cared if anybody had a different color of skin or anything like that, because we had many, many friends who were of different colors of skin. He had many people in that basement that were not white, and he never called them any names or treated them bad or anything, but he did use the M-word all the fucking time to define black people. It was disgusting, and his father did too. I hated his father. But, and this shit isn't shit compared to what Jeff did to his dad. He would throw keggers and then have everybody piss in the bathtub. He would smash holes in the wall, set things on fire. He was into backyard wrestling with the juggalos. So they would throw a wrestling ring in the backyard and then just destroy it to shit, because they're all these fat drug addict dudes, and they all smash this wrestling thing to shit, and then it just becomes this pile of mess in the backyard. It's like a broken trampoline mess, and all this shit, and his dad screams at him about it every day. Get that shit out of the backyard. They're gonna take my house from me, and all this stuff like this. And Jeff one time broke all his windows in his car for some reason. I think he shot the windows out with a BB gun, if I remember. I shot a car window with a BB gun once. It's actually so fun. I shot my friend's car with the BB gun, and it accidentally hit the window because the gun was off. It was off. I no scoped a shot at a car, and it was my best friend's car, and it broke his